Okay, good morning, members. This meeting is now resumed. Members, please join me in a moment of silence and remember Dr. Paul Hannum. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize Marilyn Toft, Manager of City Council Special Committees and Bylaws, on her retirement from the city. I would like to call upon Mayor Tory for the presentation.
Well, Speaker and colleagues, and of course, members of our public service team, good morning. We begin today day two of a very busy agenda, but it is very important that we should take these moments to honor Marilyn Toft, who will be retiring at the end of September after 33 years of dedicated and impeccable service to our great city. It's an extraordinary record of accomplishment, and I've only been here for a small number of those, relatively speaking, but I think those who've been here longer and even those who've been here a short time know that Marilyn is the backbone of council operations. And I don't think even the members of the public or those who join us for deputations and so on have a clear idea. In fact, I'm still learning myself about all the things that go on kind of behind the scenes and the important role that this table plays in keeping these meetings going and trying to keep us corralled into some sense of order. And I think Marilyn has been a person over all those years, certainly well before my time, that has kept this operation on an even keel. And I know there are people out there who wouldn't believe that that happens, but I guess they should consider the alternative if she hadn't been here, keeping things on an even keel. Marilyn's career goes all the way back to the Metro Clerks Department in 1989 when Alan Tonks was the Metro Chair and Dan Crombie was the Metro Clerk. Among other things, as manager of the council operations and bylaws, Marilyn leads the teams that stages our monthly meetings. And again, people think that this is a simple matter, but if you think about it, and hundreds of agenda items and all kinds of motions and all the things that go on in our meetings, and of course, made extra challenging by the reality of the pandemic, just producing the agendas, the minutes, the bylaws that keep the machinery of the government running, and added to that in recent years, the pandemic, this was challenging to begin with. Marilyn may well hold the title of the biggest publisher in Toronto, having signed off on more than 320 council agendas, the same number of sets of minutes, and more than 35,000 bylaws during her time with the city. More than 30,750 city bylaws and 1,500 metro bylaws passed through her hands over the course of those years. And as our city clerk, John Elvidge, has confirmed, you won't find one error in any of those records. And that is something that I think none of us could say about the records that we've tried to keep over that period of time. She's been here for every minute of every council meeting since amalgamation, and I'm positive there's absolutely no one else who can say that. Even the longest serving of councillors cannot make that claim. Marilyn, you are the living knowledge base of the council, and your experience and helpful approach have made you a very sought-after sounding board and resource and guide. And those are, of course, things that you miss when somebody retires. But at the same time, you're filled with a sense of joy and hope that this is going to make them happier in terms of their own life going forward. I will also say that Marilyn has been, I think we all know this around this room, and people maybe who are watching who have served during this remarkable 33 years, that she has become to each and every one of the people who have served a trusted confidant and procedural advisor to all of the people who've served in public office, but also to her colleagues, to 4 clerks, 4 mayors, 1 Metro chairman, and hundreds of city officials. And I hope that your career has been filled with many good memories and strong relationships and much more, because that is what you deserve to take away from this extraordinary record of service, of which there is much to be proud. So again, we thank you for looking good, and by the way, apologize to you if at times when we didn't look so good, anybody held you to account for that, because that was not your doing. We can do a good job of messing up on our own. But you are a great mentor, you're a great leader. You've set the standards for committee and council clerks who've come before you and who come after you. and this is something that is very important. And before I present you with a scroll, and as I said yesterday, sometimes you feel like this is completely inadequate recognition of 33 years of service, but it's what we do here, and it is given to you with the utmost of respect and affection, and as meaningfully as anything else we could possibly give you. But before I do that, our clerk, John Elvidge, hopefully through the miracles of the very same technology that allow us to have some of our colleagues meeting, is going to join us and say a few words in tribute to you. Cue the clock.
Thanks very much. I wish I could be here today, but it's really a thrill for me to be part of the presentation of Marilyn this morning. There's three things that I want members of council to know about Marilyn before she leaves the building. The first is that she loves this great city. I know Marilyn to be an active participant in the cultural, the sporting, and especially the gastronomic life of Toronto. When some people retire, they leave the city and move to the country, don't they? Maybe a little bit more space, slower pace of life, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. But I know for a fact that that does not describe retirement for Marilyn and her husband, Kevin. I fully expect retirement will be a time when they continue to exploit everything that Toronto has to offer. The second thing that I want to let you know is the mayor said Marilyn's been present for every minute of every meeting, and actually there's a little asterisk to that. I believe she missed one special meeting that was called with 24 hours notice when she was out of the country. But other than that, she's been there with councils to celebrate the highest of the highs, to mourn the lowest of the lows. And she's been there for the 11-day meeting. She's been there for the 11-hour sessions. She's been there for the 11-minute meetings. My only regret is that Marilyn will not be in her usual seat next June when the Stanley Cup is hoisted in the chamber. So, but other than that, she's been with council through thick and thin for all this time. The third thing I want you to know about is her loyalty to our system of government and our government as an institution. Her prime directive, putting politics aside, is to help everyone else succeed, whether that's the elected members, whether it's our city staff and the public service and the public at large. Her job is to help everyone do their part, play their part in the democratic process in the city. To that end, she's advised and drafted motions for members, and I know often drafted motions for members on one or two or more sides of the very same proposition in the same meeting, knowing full well that when something comes to a vote, democracy will prevail and the majority will rule. As the mayor said, she's led people through amalgamation, the City of Toronto Act, 3-year terms, remember those? 4-year terms, Bill 5, and most recently, the pandemic. She's mentored and trained so many city staff and so many clerk staff over the years, and I include myself in that group, and I dare say my predecessor, Yuli Wakas, would say the very same thing. So members, we're all indebted to this remarkable public servant. And Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, I would ask you to invite Marilyn to address council to say a few words.
And in asking if you would come up, Marilyn, I'll just read the scroll that we have prepared to commemorate your retirement. It says, Mayor John Tory and members of Toronto City Council extend their warmest appreciation to Marilyn Toft, City Clerk's Office, on your retirement after 33 years of service. Toronto enjoys the status of being one of the world's leading urban communities thanks to the high caliber and dedication of members of the Toronto Public Service. Marilyn Toft has been guided by a love for her city and a commitment to local democracy, serving Toronto and its people with distinction. Her 33-year career in the Metro and City Clerk's offices has been devoted to ensuring that elected officials, the public service, and the public at large can all play their parts in Council's decision-making and advancing the city's interests. She has been a loyal and trusted advisor to 10 councils, 5 heads of council, 5 clerks, and hundreds of officials. She's mentored countless colleagues from the City Clerk's office, city divisions, agencies, and boards, setting the standard for managing both meetings and legislative records of the city in the process. Everyone who knows Marilyn appreciates her knowledge of all things procedural, her photographic memory, her sense of humor, and her kindness. On behalf of councils past and present, thank you sincerely for a job well done, Marilyn. We offer our best wishes for a long, healthy, and happy retirement, and I've signed it on behalf of all of us here and many more who wish they could be here.
I'm ready. Thank you very much, Mayor Tory, for your kind words. Thank you so much to John for time traveling to join us here today. I'm not sure if it is tomorrow in Australia yet or not, or maybe about to be. But thank you very much, John, for taking time out from your visit with your new granddaughter to speak at council here today. And to all the staff who have joined today, it has been one ride, let me tell you. I have enjoyed every minute of my time here, and it's not over yet. We still have a meeting to get through. All the things that the mayor spoke about and the things that John spoke about, those will all be indelible memories for me that I will take from this place. I have met so many wonderful people and colleagues and people that I consider not just friends but family. We are a family in the clerk's office. We need to support one another because times can get tough in this chamber, and it's because we have each other's backs that we get through it. And we get through it with humor and sometimes with the odd tear, but we get through it, and I don't do it alone. We support each other. The staff in the clerk's office are second to none in this organization. I would put them up against any clerk's office in North America for the work that they do. It is not an easy job, and they do it with distinction. Councillor Perks and Councillor Pasternak yesterday lauded clerk staff and others for the work that they've done in this cycle, and I have experienced that and witnessed it firsthand myself. You won't find better people in this organization. I also have met and have worked with so many great people in other divisions and in the agencies, again, people that I count as great friends. We are all, I think we all have a common goal here, which is we love this city and we want to be part of something special, and this is something special. A few years ago, during the Pan Am Games, a lot of the staff in clerk's office were tour guides for the public during the Pan Am Games. And we would bring them around City Hall and bring them up into this room. And it was always so incredible to see how awestruck people were by this building, by this space. They'd seen it maybe on television or seen pictures, but to actually be in this room and realize just how glorious it is. And I get to work in it, and that is so, so fortunate for me. I want to thank Madam Speaker for all your help and support over the years, Mayor Tory, members of council, past and present. I feel very great affection for everyone in this room. It has been just an absolute privilege to work with you, to Kelly and the management team and clerks, to all of my clerks' colleagues, to my team, to Catherine, Gina, Angela, Nydia, Wes, and Matthew, and to all the other staff that I have worked with and will still be working with for the next couple of months. You are my family at work. And to my own family who is here with me today, my daughters Haley and Jennifer, and my husband Kevin. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have their support. My daughters are my best work. I am the most proud of my daughters. And I'm so proud of them that they've turned into such fine, fine women. And they have the same love for this city that I do. And to my long-suffering husband of 38 years, he always says it only feels like 100. I wouldn't be here, Kevin, without you and without your love and support, and with the countless evenings, and my staff can attest to this, where you sat in my office on our wedding anniversary because we were closing the council agenda, or we spent my birthday in chamber, and then we went out to dinner at 11 o'clock at night, or went to McDonald's because that was all that was open. I'm only here because of you, and I will miss this place. I will watch from afar and see how it's going. And if the Stanley Cup is here next June, I'll be here to see it in person. And again, I just want to thank all of you for letting me be a part of something so special. Thank you. And now back to work.
Marilyn, just hold on for 1 sec.
So on behalf of the City Clerk's office, many of whom are here today in person to celebrate you, and the rest who are watching online, thank you so much for everything, Marilyn. We love you. We're so excited for your next chapter. We're going to miss you a whole lot. Don't be a stranger. Thank you so much.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, could we have whoever is going to succeed Marilyn Toff just use her email address? Because I don't know how to say anything but send it to Marilyn.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. In honor of Marilyn's goodbye, I have muffins and some donuts upstairs from the cafe on the square. And as for staff first, anything left over, then you guys. And Prutza, you can't have any.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And Marilyn, I think you're way too young to retire. Okay. And I personally, as the speaker, I want to thank you for your support you've given to me here in this chair over the years. Thank you for that. And I remember when you were working for Alan Tonks at Metro, right? We go back quite a few years. So thank you very much. And on behalf of council. And I'm reminding members of council, please be kind for the remainder of the council meeting. Okay? Don't pressure Marilyn, okay? With all your members' motions. Okay?
That's never worked.
Yeah.
That's never worked.
Thank you.
He's the best.
So members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Fiscal impact statements on various member motions have been posted as well. And the clerk's staff will also send an email to members and their staff to advise them that these materials are available. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 171 items left on the agenda, including 102 member motions. Council has timed the following items for today. Item EX 3431 on the Toronto Hydro 2021 audited financial statements will be our first item this morning. And that item will be followed by deferred items PH 3414, 15, 16, 17. And we will be going in camera on that item and as well on any other items that we need to go into camera. Council has decided to shorten the lunch recess to 1 hour from 12:30 to 1:30. And the member motion run-through will be considered at 2 p.m. Members, we have a lot of items to get through on this agenda, and I want to give you fair warning now that I do not intend to continue consenting to urgent motions throughout this meeting. If you have something you wish to add to the agenda, you should give it to the clerk today so that I can review it. I will now take the release of member holds. Please put your name on the list if you have an item to release. I've also reviewed urgent motions to be added on the agenda. Do we have any releases at this point? No? There are no motions to introduce? No? But do we have any items that members of council want to release? Pardon? Okay, I don't see any names on my screen. Yeah, sorry. Councillor Pasternak?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd be prepared to release NY 33-1,
Okay,
1184.
just one sec, let me get to it. Because I have a lot of pages here. NY 33-1, 1184 Wilson?
That's right. On a recorded vote, there was a motion with it originally for demolition. That's out of order, so we'll just release the item on a recorded vote.
Okay,
Like
so
to be
recorded
in the negative.
on NY 33.1, 1184 Wilson Avenue. Councillor Pasternak has asked for a recorded vote. It's on the screen.
Councillor Fillion and Councillor Perruzza, your votes, please.
In favor, in favor.
Councillor Perruzza in favor. Councillor Fillion, into your microphone, please.
In favor.
Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 19-3.
Okay,
I have two more.
okay.
Now, they've been advance circulated. EX 3434, I can release the Toronto Water item.
Okay, so that's CX
Hold.
34 Toronto Water.
Toronto Water 2022 capital
I
budget.
believe that Councillor Perks said he wants to hold it.
I had advised him some time ago that the motions were advance circulated and that he was welcome to take a look at them.
Okay. So Councillor Perks, the motions have been advanced circulated.
Mine.
I know.
Yeah, okay. All right, do you have any more, Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, there was one more, but Councillor Perks seems determined to block all of these releases. So I can,
He's exercising his right.
no, but they've been advance circulated. I would encourage him to read them so we can be done with these items. Well, I can't. If he's going to block them, there's no point, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Councillor
Madam
Brad,
Speaker, on a point of personal privilege on behalf of all of council, can we just be clear that as long as the agenda is, if we have questions of staff, we can hold any item? Is that still the procedure?
yes, it is.
Thank you.
Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and good morning. I would like to release TE 34.230, potential intersection alteration, Danforth Ave and Main Street.
Okay, just a sec, let me find it.
Yep, that's fine.
I'm sorry, TE
34.230. And I do have a motion to move with alternative recommendations to add an eastbound right turn lane onto Danforth and Main. This is a response to the longstanding concerns from the community, and I do want to just take a moment to thank staff for their hard work. They came out to the site with me multiple times. There's been a lot of back and forth on this and behind the scenes work to get this done. So if I can move those recommendations, happy to release it.
Okay. Okay, which,
The alternative recommendations.
because we also have a supplementary report on this item.
I'm just going to check with staff on that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councillor Mihevik.
TE 34.24, 250 University Avenue zoning amendment application. I understand things have been worked out between staff and the applicant, and I'm ready to release that.
So you're just releasing the
Releasing
item?
it, no amendments are necessary as the fruit of their work.
Okay, so on T 3424, Councillor Mihevik is releasing. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
And there is one more on the cycling network. My apologies. Yes, and I am wondering, it's IE 31.12. There's a ward-specific amendment. I'm wondering if the clerks have it. Okay, so it looks like
There's other
there's
speakers
others
on
there.
this
Okay,
item.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Councillor Bailão.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. T 34.17, 316, 336 Campbell Avenue, and I have a couple of motions on this item.
Okay, staff has your motions?
Yeah.
Okay, that's on T 3417, 316, 336 Campbell Avenue. Yeah, there's two motions. 1A is on the screen. And the amendment on favor, carried. Okay, on the other amendment. One B, it's on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
And next, TE 34.18, I believe I also have a motion. Clerk.
That's 390, 440 Dufferin?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, the motion is on the screen, the amendment's on the screen by Councillor Bailão. On favor, show of hands, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. First up is TE 34.14, the Basin Media Hub.
T 34 what?
0.14, Basin Media Hub, which is the big film studio and the zoning
right.
for it. So
Okay.
very exciting. I think the mayor would know since we met all these folks in Los Angeles. So I'd like to move that.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing T 3414. On favor, carried, thank you.
34.59.
Yes,
Inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Register, all of the heritage properties associated with the Danforth planning study. There was some concern there'd never be anything built, but very happy to let everybody know that between Wood Green and our house, there'll be a 9-story wood-built affordable apartment building on the Danforth that was cleared and got money from the city, money from the feds. So definitely we're going to have some great development on the Danforth, but this is a great start. So I'd like to move all of these properties and let everybody know it's still possible to build to scale here.
okay, so on the item on favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor McKelvey.
I'm not finished yet, Speaker.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. T 34.106, which is the e-charging on street. And there was some concern that you couldn't have a dedicated cycle track with e-charging, and know that I believe that's been sorted out, so I'd like to move that. Thank you.
So 34-106, you're releasing?
Yes.
Okay, on favor, carried.
And then I'll release 34.15, renaming of Lower Coxwell between Queen East and Lakeshore Boulevard to Mdabimek, and very happy to do that here today. Thank you.
34.5,
Yep.
okay, on T 34.5, Councillor Fletcher is releasing, on favor, carried. Is that it?
Yes, thank you, Speaker.
Okay, so I don't see Councillor Grimes' name on the screen. It's not on my screen, so I don't know.
It was on all of our screens, but
It's
come
not,
on.
I guess I have a different screen. I don't know. Okay, Councillor
Can we take
Grimes.
it off?
Councillor Grimes. It's not there.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release CC 47.21,
Okay, just
25 Maple Avenue.
Hold on, let me find it. CC 47.21, 25 Maybell Avenue, yes?
Yes, I can release that, Madam Speaker.
Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, thank you. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release IE 31.25 by moving the supplemental report, and then Councillor Pasternak has a motion on this one as well that he'd like to move.
Okay, just let me find it. Okay, so I have it, and who has a motion?
So I'm moving the supplemental report, and then Councillor Pasternak has a motion on it.
Okay, so Councillor McKelvey is moving the supplementary report 3125A, and Councillor Pasternak, you have a,
Yes, Madam Speaker, if the motion is ready, it's just really a referral to report back to North York Community Council.
okay. Councillor Pasternak's amendment is on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Oh, Councillor Pasternak, you put your name back up there for a quick release? Okay,
No, that's it. That's it.
okay, I'm seeing all these names. Councillor Matlow? You have a quick release?
Hi, good morning, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I believe that the clerk has the friendly amendments that I refer to, friendly meaning that it's resolved between the applicant and the local community. Sorry, on T, I didn't mention the item number, TE 34.42.
Okay, just a second. Hold on. Let us find it. T 34.
T 34.42.
42, okay. So do we have the amendment on that one? Okay, if we can put the amendment on the screen.
Thank you.
It's on the screen. On favor, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay. So all those in favor of adopting the order paper, show of hands. On favor, opposed if any, carried. So we will go to our first item.
Speaker, on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, perhaps, I just need to declare a conflict on a new member's motion that's been added to the agenda, if I can do that now.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to declare an interest on MM 47.90 headed authorization to release Section 37 funds from a development towards public realm and streetscaping improvements related to Manor Road Square as prescribed in the OP Amendment 405 as a city-initiated public realm move. The nature of my interest is my partner is a planner on this file, and I've submitted the conflict of interest forms on these items with the clerks.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you very much. So we will now go to our first item.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Perks.
Speaker, last night I raised a point of order having to do with the recent provincial announcement, and I know that an urgent motion without notice has been submitted for your consideration. Would it be appropriate to get it introduced now?
I don't have it yet,
Oh, okay.
okay? So when I get it, I'll let you know.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so our first item is EX 3431 on the Toronto Hydro 2021 audited financial statements. We'll put it on the screen. Do we have any questions?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Perks, question.
I'm just sending a motion to the clerk. I'll be 5 seconds. There. Thank you. Who's here from Toronto Hydro?
Good morning. It's Anthony Haynes here. We've got a couple other members. Should I introduce those at this point as well?
Is there someone from the board?
Yes, Michael Nobrega, who's our vice chair, I think well known to council, is here. He also is the chair of the audit committee and prior chair of the Human Resource and Environmental Committee. He's with us today.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nobrega, as you may be aware, Toronto City Council has turned its mind to the question of executive compensation for all of its agencies, boards, and commissions. And I was reviewing your annual report to the shareholder, which is us, and I don't see reflected in there any work that you have done. Did I miss something?
My understanding, I think this goes back to somewhere back into 2014 when you had the principles of the city of compensation, Mr. Perks, and my understand our compensation policy is aligned with the city, except for 2 items, and that's I will be the first person to outline those exceptions. That is in respect to selecting a peer group for determining compensation for senior executives of Toronto Hydro, and also maintaining what I call the STIP, the short-term incentive program, to generate to performance by management.
Right. I'm aware of those distinctions. I'm just asking. It's not just since 2014. Actually, in this term, we have directed Toronto City staff to undertake a review of executive compensation right across all of our agencies, boards, and commissions. I know that Toronto Hydro has been made aware of this. I was asking, is there anywhere in the annual report in front of us where you have taken measures to try to bring your existing compensation package for senior executives more in line with existing city policy?
I don't know whether you're referring to the Corns Ferry report that is being prepared. I have not seen that personally. I'm aware that discussions have gone on between the city and Hydro, and I would ask if Chris Murray can update you on that Corn Ferry report, or Anthony Haynes can do that. I have not seen it. It has not emerged at the board level or at the committee level as yet.
Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Okay.
Have any further questions on the item? Speakers?
Yes,
Councillor
Speaker.
Perks.
I've just submitted a motion to the clerk. I don't know if they've had time to review it. If they haven't, I'd be prepared to stand down until they're ready.
No. Okay, because we don't have any further speakers on the item, we'll have to hold the item down.
Thank you, Speaker, and apologies for not getting the motion in more quickly. We've been moving faster than I anticipated.
So, members of council, I just want to say that we are going to be going into camera, but if there's any other items that members of council need to go on camera, that they've held down, if they can please let us know and we can do all the items at one time rather than go on camera twice. So any items that members have held down, that's confidential, if you can let the clerk know and we can do them all at one time. I guess nobody's responding. Yeah, so I'll add my item down and whatever.
Okay, but you don't podium. Okay. I don't know stuff.
Okay, Councillor Perks, I understand that you're ready on your motion?
Yes, thank you very much, and thanks to the clerks and the city solicitor for their assistance. I do have a motion on this item. If we could just have it up.
Okay, members, we're moving on 3431, the hydro. Councillor Perks is moving an amendment.
If I could just have the motion up, there was a wording change.
It's on the screen.
Oh, one moment. There it is. I move that City Council, as the shareholder, direct Toronto Hydro to refrain from any increases to compensation of its senior management and from hiring any new senior managers until such time as City Council has considered the issue of executive compensation for its agencies and commissions. Members, as you know, there has been great public concern about the level of compensation for some city agencies and commissions, particularly Toronto Hydro. We have directed the city manager to conduct a review of that compensation universe. And what this motion does is ask Toronto Hydro to not lock in any increases to their compensation package while we are completing the work on establishing those new guidelines. It also says don't bring anyone new in on some new deal, again, until we have completed that work. If there are vacancies, they can obviously bring somebody in on an interim basis, but this prevents them from locking us into some new compensation deal for their senior executive team until we have completed our work. I think that it's incumbent on us in a moment when Torontonians are struggling because of the pandemic and its economic aftershocks and the affordability crisis and all of the things creating economic anxiety for the people we represent, to complete the work on what people who are essentially public officials are paid or otherwise compensated for the work that they do. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have it? Councillor Ainsley, you have a question?
I do. Through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Perks. I just wanted to ask, so I do sit on the board of Toronto Hydro. I just wanted to ask about the part about hiring any new senior managers on the last part of your motion, basically about hiring any new managers. I'm just a bit concerned if somebody at Toronto Hydro decides to leave or has to leave for whatever reason or seeks employment elsewhere. According to your motion, we're asking them not to fill that position until we finish our compensation review.
I appreciate that concern. My understanding, and I've consulted a bit on this, is it's still entirely permissible to fill the job on an interim basis or an acting basis to make sure that the work gets done. But what this does is, it makes it clear to Hydro that they can't go and sign a deal that could be more generous than what Council ultimately decides is appropriate, and make that long-term commitment. It also, Councillor, I think would have the effect of concentrating everybody's minds on getting that work done as quickly as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my questions, or that question.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just through you to Councillor Perks, I just wanted to make sure I understood the difference between a senior manager and an executive, because the two words are in there. And really what I'm getting at is how far down the chain in the organization did you want this to take effect? Or is it, are you dealing with the executives that are contained in the report to Council?
I'd be happy to get any assistance you have in how you think we should best do that, Councillor.
I mean, we could have a conversation, but
my
we're
goal
on the
was the
floor
senior
here.
executive team.
Okay.
If you need clarification, we can certainly work on finding a word or two to amend in the motion to make that clear.
No, I just think your intent is helpful, and if it's the executive team, that helps me understand what you were aiming for in the motion. And the other, I guess the other question I would have is, can I assume if Hydro's contractually bound for increases, that those would carry through? I think, am I understanding right, you're getting at any new changes to compensation?
Absolutely correct. I very deliberately wrote the motion so that it allows Hydro to honor existing compensation arrangements.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Perks. Those are very helpful clarifications.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion, did you want to speak?
Very briefly, just to say that Toronto Hydro has a unfortunate history of kind of ignoring directions or requests from this council. The one that I have firsthand knowledge of is the request from 5800 that they work with us on the sale of 5800 Yonge Street, and they didn't, and as a result, we lost a city building opportunity on a 10-acre site because we were ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Actually, I had a question of the mover. I'm sorry, I just trying to get myself on the list, and I
Okay,
can't get on
question
speaker's
to the
list or
mover.
any list, so that's why I just waved at you if I can.
Yeah.
May I ask?
Yes.
you?
Yeah.
I wondered if the councillor, just, it relates to the matter you were just discussing with Deputy Mayor Holliday. If you look at the wording, and I'll ask you this as a question, it would appear it actually doesn't cover an instance in which there would be a contract in place today that would provide for somebody to get an increase. And I'm not aware of any particular contracts, but if there was one that provided for somebody to get an increase, it doesn't provide for that by way of making an exception and saying other than increases that are provided for in an existing contract. And so my question is, did you intend for that? And secondly, would you be aware that if somebody claimed constructive dismissal because of a failure to honor that contractual term, we would be liable, the city would be, I believe, if you want to check with the solicitor, for that interference with that contract. So I just wanted to see if some wording might be put in to sort of say other than those contractually provided for as of this date or some such thing.
If there's wording you need to clarify, I was quite clear in my motion that it would be anything new. So if there's an existing arrangement, my motion wouldn't have any effect on an existing arrangement. If you would need language to clarify that, I'd be happy to do it. But as to your second point, as to your second point, as to your second point about whether the city takes on liability, I'm aware that yes, if something goes wrong, we would. However, I don't think that's material, because if something goes wrong anyway, the Toronto Hydro would have to compensate the individual for constructive dismissal or whatever it was, and we would wind up losing money through our dividend. So the dollar impact, if you will, to Toronto City Council is the same in either instance.
Yes, no, I understand, but there would be a dollar impact from something that I think you're suggesting might be inadvertent, in that if there's an existing contract providing for something, you're saying you're content to have some wording.
I said new things only, but if you need tighter language, I'd be happy to work with you on that.
It just says, just by way of final question here, where it says refrain from any increase to compensation of its senior management, it doesn't say new, it just says.
Okay, let's insert the word new there. I'd be happy to do that if the clerks, Marilyn Toft, the great genius, is not paying attention. So I'd be happy to insert the word new. New, there you go.
I think that probably covers it.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, that was quite helpful.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak, did you have a question on the motion? Yes. Because apparently we're having difficulty with the screen today. Some names are not showing up on the screen.
Yeah, I had questions for the mover.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I'm wondering,
go ahead.
I see what you're asking them to do, and as a shareholder, do we actually have this power?
Yes,
over human resources.
I've confirmed that with the city solicitor.
So we can influence human resources at Toronto Hydro.
We can issue a shareholder direction to set salaries or other compensation issues for senior executives for Toronto Hydro and any other entity for which we are the sole shareholder.
Okay. My other question is, do you know of any bylaws at Toronto Hydro for rules governing the filling of vacancies, and whether this conflicts with any bylaws?
We're the shareholder.
No, but
we're the shareholder. Our direction supersedes the bylaws of the corporation.
So they're not.
We can actually tell them to amend their bylaws. We're the shareholder, the sole shareholder.
So you're asking them to amend their bylaws if their bylaws.
Councillor, you're posing a hypothetical, and I'm telling you that even if that hypothetical were true, as the sole shareholder, we can issue a direction like this. irrespective of any bylaws that corporation may have.
So, okay, so let me understand this. If they're bound by bylaws to fill a vacancy, you're asking them to change the bylaws?
You're asking me a hypothetical question. I don't concur that that hypothesis is correct. And in any event, if it was correct, as the sole shareholder, we can issue this direction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that seems like do we have any other speakers on this item since my screen's not working?
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Grimes. I clicked on here, but my name's not going up there.
Oh, okay, Councillor Fillion already spoke. Councillor Fillion, you spoke, right? Yes. So, okay, so, Councillor Pasternak, do you want to speak? No? Okay, Councillor Grimes.
No, there's a
Councillor
problem with the
Grimes.
list. Okay.
Pardon?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. So I just saw this motion here, see some of the questioning to Councillor Perks, but I really don't feel comfortable voting for this without, staff. So I'm going to refer this to the city manager. I don't really feel comfortable voting on it in its current form. I think there's still a lot of questions out there and their staff we're past questions to staff. So I'm going to refer this to the city manager.
On a point of order?
Councillor Grimes, if you want to refer, you have to refer the whole item.
Absolutely, the whole item, yes.
Okay, so so Councillor Grimes, what is it? You're moving to refer it?
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable voting on this amendment by Councillor Perks. There's no question to staff on this motion.
Okay.
Then vote against it.
Yeah, so do you have your motion? Did you give me your motion to the
Speaker, on a
clerk?
point of order.
Okay, just a sec, Councillor Perks. Did you
Madam
give-
Speaker,
Councillor
Madam Speaker,
Grimes.
perhaps you can hold this.
Okay,
Yeah.
Councillor Grimes, I can't see you. Did you move the motion? Did you send the motion to the staff?
No.
I think we have to be on camera. There we go. There is that beautiful.
Okay,
Madam Speaker, if we could perhaps just hold this down for a minute and I can get my motion off to the clerk, but could we just hold it down for a minute?
Okay.
This is pretty important we're voting on,
On
so
a
I just saw
point-
this at
on a
last minute.
point
Can we
of
just hold it
order.
down?
Yes, just a sec, Councillor Perks. Now we have a point of order by Councillor Perks. Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my understanding that the effect of a referral is effectively to defeat both my motion and prevent us from approving the the report on the annual general meeting. There is no further review that we can do in time for the work that the city manager is doing. So the member's referral is effectively defeating it. So I don't believe a referral is in order in this instance, and I would ask you to consider ruling it out of order on those grounds.
Okay.
Marilyn, just
Madam Speaker, maybe let's just hold it down until I get this thing in order. We'll just hold it down.
Yes, we're going to hold it down. Councillor Bylaw, can you move the motions to go in camera, please?
That council recess its public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider PH 34.14, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 2025 Wilson Avenue. Reason for confidential information, advice, or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege and potential litigation. PH 34.15, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 55 Beverly Hills Drive. Reason for confidential information, advice, or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege and potential litigation. PH 3416, area-specific amendments to the sign bylaw 6 locations with the Bala subdivision, the Oakville subdivision, and the Kingston subdivision. Reason for confidential information, advice are communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege. PH 3417, area-specific amendments to the sign by law, 6 separate locations with a Galt subdivision, rail corridor. Reason for confidential information, advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege.
Thank you. On favor, show of hands, carried. Now we'll have to ask everyone in the council chambers that don't need to be here for this item. And so we'll have 10 minutes. We'll come back, 10-minute recess. City Council has completed its session, consideration of items PH 3414, 15, 16, and 17. No motions were placed in the closed session. We will now proceed with the public debate on the items. So if members of council have questions and, pardon? So do we have any questions in the public session on 3414?
Yes?
Okay, Councillor Perks, question?
Thank you. To Mr. Van Vliet, I guess. I just want to make sure that I and everyone have the same understanding of what's at issue here. This sign and 3 others are applications to put in new signs. Typically, we have a bylaw which establishes criteria for what's a good sign and what's a bad sign. And those tests are applied when the application goes to the sign variance committee, correct?
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's correct.
The process we have here, though, isn't the sign variance committee, and those tests don't get applied, correct?
Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct as well.
Okay. The process we have here is to actually just amend the bylaw, and from time to time, council has done that, but usually when we amend the bylaw to allow for a new sign, we get something else, say, an area of the city where we ban signs permanently in exchange for getting this new sign. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it does happen in a number of cases, the scenario that you've described, Councillor, where the applicant will provide an area-specific restriction or the removal of another sign as part of their application. Not every time, but it does happen.
Okay. And in this and the other 3 instances, it appears that that's what's happening, but what's actually happening is the area where signs are going to be prevented from going in, signs are already prevented from going in. Is that understanding on my part correct?
Yes, for 2 of the applications on Bala subdivision and Galt subdivision, 34, 16, and 17, I believe, they're proposing those area-specific restrictions. And the area-specific restrictions that have been proposed, they are largely a duplication of existing regulations. There would be something else in the bylaw that would not permit third-party signs that already does what they're proposing to do. With respect to the applications on Wilson Avenue and Beverly Hills, there is no request to have those area-specific restrictions. They're asking for an extension to their permit term.
Right. Thank you. And those extensions, that we're not getting any compensating public benefits somewhere else. We're just simply being asked to give extensions. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Speaker. There hasn't been any solid policy reason put forward that we could see to allow for those extensions.
And just my final question, what was the staff advice on this and the other 3 signs?
The staff advice on all 4 of these applications has been to refuse them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions in the public session? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Perruzza?
Yeah, just very quickly, on the one on 2025 Wilson Avenue, so you basically recommended refusal here. I know that question's been asked, but I want to ask it again.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's correct. We've recommended to refuse it.
Okay, and there was communication because this one here is close to a neighborhood right at the corner of Wilson and Weston Road area, abutting a street called Beverly Hills and some of the other in your view, does the sign, is the size of the sign and the location of the sign placed in a way that then impacts those residential neighborhoods, that can be seen from those residential neighborhoods?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we do have concerns about those surrounding neighborhoods. It's not even based on what is there currently, it's also on what could be there in the future. There are open space zones, open space sign districts, mixed use zones, as well as existing residential properties in proximity to those areas that could be impacted by the sign.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I wonder if staff could tell us, there's a reason why we're looking at all of these today. We're looking at a sign on the 401 over in Councillor Prutz's area, roughly 401 in Wilson, one in my area, Leslie and Wilson.
Two in mine, two. Next door
Two,
to
that's
each other.
right.
Two
I apologize.
Beverly Hills.
That is quite right. There are two in that area and another one in my area. They're all coming together. You have a strategic reason for just waiting and once a year bringing everything, all of the applications for the year. Why do we do that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the reason for waiting to bring them all at one time is so that council is not looking at these amendments to the sign bylaw in isolation, so that it can assess the cumulative impact of all of the amendments to the sign bylaw at one time. It's very difficult to do that when you're looking at one application every month, for instance. So we bring it so that it can be considered as a whole for the total impact.
Right. So we're looking at whether or not we're seeing a trend in the applications, in making the changes, if we are weakening it overall. Am I right in the trend that I see? The applications are by and large, what's before us, they're almost all the supersized digital billboards, and the reason they have to come and make the appeal is because they're well beyond the size of the bylaw we originally created. And then the ones that the applicants and the sign lobbyists who like to come and visit us all at City Hall are offering to remove tend to be the smaller non-digital ones. Is that sort of an industry trend, or is our bylaw lending itself to that?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that has been the trend over the past number of years, where they will offer, and in these cases, the Bala subdivision and the Galt subdivision applications have asked to remove those smaller signs that actually meet many of the requirements of the sign bylaw, and to remove those in exchange for the approval of these larger digital signs.
And we had a bit of a kerfuffle between committee and when it came to council, because we got pictures of the billboards they were offering to remove, and the pictures that lobbyists showed when they came to visit at the hall tended to be pictures of those billboards with ads on them, but many of them are basically unleasable now and currently don't have ads on them anyway. Am I right about that?
Yes, Madam Speaker, that's correct. There are several in the Bala subdivision and Galt subdivision applications that aren't actively displaying sign copy. In one case, one of the signs has already been removed.
Right. So am I characterizing this correctly? We're using the appeal procedure to achieve variances and a greatly increased size of billboards and a much larger digital impact. And in exchange, we're removing not visual pollution from advertising, but some clapped out old wooden billboard signs that aren't digital capable. That's basically what's happening in these items. Is that right?
That, Madam Speaker, yes, that would be one way to characterize it. They are looking to remove older signs that are perhaps not as in demand as these large digital signs would be.
I admit that is a characterization, so I thank you for answering. My last question. There is a policy, and I know it says in your report that they're being granted an exemption, but up until now there has been a very different policy along Highway 401 with regard to billboards and visual pollution versus other highways, for instance, the 407 and the Gardner. Am I right about that?
There's a Ministry of Transportation policy that applies to all of the 400 series highways. Gardner Expressway it doesn't apply to, since that's a city road, or a City of Toronto road. So there has been in the past, and there currently is a Ministry of Transportation policy to prohibit or not permit third-party signs within 400 meters of a 400 series highway. Again, that's not new, and that continues to this day. In the case of the Bala subdivision and the Galt subdivision applications, they have received exemptions from that policy. So yeah, normally the ministry would issue permits for signs within that 400 meters, but in this case, they've been given exemptions from them. The signs at Beverly Hills and Wilson haven't received that exemption.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, we'll now go to speakers. So we'll clear the screen. Councillor Perks, you held the item down.
No, I didn't. Councillor Bailao held them.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Bailão. Sorry. Oh, you don't need to speak? Yeah, okay. So can we clear the screen here and put names for speakers on?
Oh, there it is. Okay. I think you're next.
Yeah. To speak? To speak. Oh, okay. So Councillor Perks, could you put your name on the screen, please? Councillor Perruzza to speak. Can you turn your mic on, please? Thank
So
you.
Speaker, we are now just on PH 3414, correct?
Right.
And so we're going to deal with these individually, of course.
Well, no, but you can speak on which other, because.
No. I want to speak to
Which
this one.
item do you want to speak on?
No, I want to, I'm speaking to PH 3414 because I got a motion.
Okay. So does the staff have your motion? Oh, there it is.
Yeah. So my motion, Speaker, basically moves the staff recommendation to refuse this sign. Speaker, so all of a sudden, the sign appears on Wilson Avenue on an agenda without any kind of, warning, conversation, consultation, consideration, taking into account. And you heard from our staff. This is an area which I would like to add a few things to, based on the information you heard from our staff. This is an area which is so desperately in need of renewal, so desperately in need of some revival. It is an economically depressed area, depressed neighborhood. You only need to take a drive along the 401. Now they've built a bit of a wall that screens you from the area, so you sort of, you can't see it. A wall that didn't exist a few years back. At least they did that, which creates a bit of a sound barrier. But if you drive on the other side, on Wilson or Beverly Hills, you would know that the last thing this area needs is big electronic signs that not only create the visual effect or the visual pollution now for the residential neighborhood just to the north of the area, but also create future encumbrances to any kind of renewal for this neighborhood. And I'm going to speak to them separately, but I'd like to mention, not only did they come in with one, which our staff said, no, you shouldn't do it, you shouldn't put it in, for a whole bunch of reasons, right? But with two next to each other. I've never seen that before. ever. And I've been here for a while. So I guess what you do is you take a neighborhood that's beat up and you just pound on it some more. Beat it up some more. And that's okay, just because a handful of people end up making a few bucks. So I'm going to move the staff recommendation because I think the staff are very sensible on this one, and they said, no, don't do it. So I'm going to move that recommendation. And I'm hoping that people will support that and not just beat up on this area. It doesn't need any more beating up. It's been beat up enough.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak?
So, Madam Speaker, my comments are to the application. I thought we were combining them. Mine is on 16, so if you want to do the vote on 14 first.
No, we combined all four of them together, so when you speak, you.
I don't believe clerks understand
We
it that way.
didn't? I thought we did. Oh, okay.
So it's,
Okay, so, motion to combine all of them. It's silly to, yeah.
okay, in that case, that expedites
No,
things.
no, we're not, no, to talk on it, to speak on it. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Carroll?
Okay.
Yeah, all those in favor, carried. This is just to speak on it. Of course, when we take the vote, it would be individually. Okay, Councillor Carroll? No, we're gonna vote them all at the same time. at
When
the
we get
end.
to voting, we're still in the speakers list. Yeah, yeah.
Councillor.
Okay, my clock has started, so I'm gonna start
Oh,
talking.
I just set your clock.
Madam Speaker, my questions I know were sort of hit on a number of different areas. I need to place my motion while I'm doing. I am placing exactly the same motion as Councillor Perruzza did. I am replacing the committee's recommendations with staff recommendations on 3416, which is the Bala subdivision, Leslie Street application. And Madam Speaker, I'm doing that. Many of my concerns are very similar to Councillor Perruzza's, but a very different neighborhood. Okay, can we
Speaker,
stop my clock while we have
please,
this?
point of order.
Okay.
Okay? We're dealing with, I asked you right from the get-go, I moved a motion with respect to one of my signs. Because you said we were dealing with PH 3414, Wilson Avenue, okay? I placed the motion, I spoke to that motion, to that issue. Can we take the vote on that one and then deal with my Beverly Hills, which is the next item on the agenda? Like, why are we now varying the procedure and clumping them all together?
We're not burying the procedure.
You are.
We said from day one that we were gonna deal with all four of them at the same time, all the sign locations at the same time.
No.
Councillor Perruzza, yes, we did.
Speaker, on a point of order, I think I can be helpful here. The problem is Councillor Perruzza did not have an opportunity to move the motion on the second sign.
Councillor Perks, if you want to place a motion, we'll give you time to place your motion.
No, I have a motion.
Okay.
On the other,
Yeah, no,
I
quite
asked
first,
you.
Speaker.
Okay,
Trying to be
Councillor
helpful.
Perruzza, please.
Councillor Perruzza had 2 minutes left in his time, and I'd be quite happy if it's
Yeah,
within
of
the rules
course.
to say he can have his remaining 2 minutes he didn't use and move his second motion
Right.
on the other matter.
Go ahead, Councillor Perruzza, you can move your second motion.
So
ahead.
I'd like to move a similar motion,
Okay.
the same motion, a motion with respect to PH 34.15, 55 Beverly Hills Drive. I would like to move the staff recommendation on that as well. And basically, the same comments apply. 55 Beverly Hills and 2025 Wilson Avenue are just meters apart. In exactly the same stretch of my ward that is economically depressed and doesn't need this. What it needs is revitalization. It needs stuff to happen here that is not this. So I would ask people to vote for both those motions and against both these two signs, Wilson Avenue and Beverly Hills Drive.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I was happy to stand down for Councillor Prutza. So I'll be moving the same motion for 16. And I hope that council will be willing to look at this in the context. I understand the pitch here. I understand what the sign lobby is saying here when they say we're on the side of the angels here. The land at 401 and Leslie on which they want to place a sign is land owned by Metrolinx. It's on Go Station property, and they have a lot to do. Heaven knows. And so if they can find an ongoing source of revenue, they want one. This property, however, sets all sorts of precedents that's probably why the province gave the exception. But for us, it's a precedent on the 401 that we really don't want to entertain. We really don't want to entertain this. There are only 2 of these inside the city limits along the 401. There are only 2 of these. And they're well outside that core busy corridor that runs from Yorkdale to the 404, because there's a lot going on in that section. I'll tell you, last night I left here, I had to go straight up and then drive out to Whitby. That highway is nuts at night. Never mind the street racers. That's where all the logistics in this country barrels on through to get stuff to us in Toronto. So it's kind of a hairy place. And that's probably a lot to do with why, up until now, the Ministry of Transportation has had a policy to clean up and not pollute that area. You don't want a lot of distractions where there is the busiest nexus of the 404, the Don Valley Parkway, the 401, and 3 approaches, not 1, not 2, but 3 different approaches that get you in different ways into express lanes. It's constantly under construction because it takes such wear and tear. And we've done a pretty good job of making sure that buildings aren't wrapped, that signs aren't everywhere. Leslie Street is just beyond it. And it is surrounded by residential. If this was going on the south side, which is albeit not Metrolinx property, so it wouldn't be their revenue picture, there wouldn't be the problem, because you could get 400 meters away, which would meet the policy, inside an employment zone, far away from residential. But where this sign is now is directly adjacent to our property, to create TO property. And this is a particularly exciting Housing Now site because it has the potential to hold a lot of units. So we could have a great partnership here with a private developer to develop affordable housing, seniors housing, as much as 1,800 units on one site, and replace a city-run seniors home that is badly in need of repair, if not rebuild. And so the plan is possibly to add to the proposal, rebuilding it on this site. I don't know who's interrupting me, but I hope my clock gets stopped while it's happening.
I don't know who that is. Does somebody, members of council, do they have their mic on? You muted? Okay.
Thank you. Thanks very much. So the beauty of, that's a crowded site, but the beauty of this one is it is shouldered on one side by a giant IKEA. So, you know, it's not going to be a frustration to residents on that side if you want to build the development there. And the North York General Hospital on the other side. So you can imagine there are many, many healthcare workers that fit into the affordable housing description. The thought of them being able to walk across the street to their homes makes this a very exciting site. But just beyond them are residents who have never had this kind of sign pollution in this district, and they are very upset. I got 100 emails and thought, people are upset about this. Then I wrote an e-blast and had 300 more. People really want to leave this stretch of the 401 without the giant digital signs. And Councillor Prutz's applications are on the edge of that boundary. Mine are right in the heart. Next time you see one of these signs is well beyond the 404, when you're really getting out towards vast employment lands. So I'm asking people, I know you've all been approached. The sign lobby is one of the most effective in municipal government, but I would ask you to consider, why are we putting up so many of these visual pollutants when in fact The real money in advertising is in this tiny little device right here. This is where the big money is going. This is where our kids are picking out their basketball shoes and where we're all looking at real estate ads when we're sitting in this room. This is where advertising is really going on. This is the future. So why are we going to take a highway that doesn't have these kinds of signs on it and create a whole new Gardner Avenue of light pollution signs? Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Okay, it's on the screen.
Okay, so I'm moving on the fourth one, that we delete the committee recommendations and adopt instead the city staff recommendations to refuse the sign. So, members, you've heard the arguments about each of these locations, but the larger principle is what concerns me here. Our duty, and I'm pretty sure we all know this, but I think it's worth saying out loud, our duty is to regulate the use of lands in the City of Toronto for billboard signs in the public interest. And in doing that, we balance the benefit to private companies that wish to advertise against the needs of people who live in that community, the safety on our roads, and a variety of other things. And we very carefully crafted a sign bylaw that sets out how to balance that. It says, you know, certain locations are unsafe. Certain locations are too close to a residence. Certain locations, we don't want the sign to go over a size that would have an outsized impact. And we very, very, very carefully crafted that. It was a long and arduous process. We wound up in court having to defend it. We went back and forth. We spent years getting it right. So we finally arrived at a place where we have a piece of public policy in place that's aimed to balance the interest of the sign industry against the impacts on the community. And we have a process for allowing an applicant to ask for small variances based on the specific geography of the site. Sometimes we'll give them a little bit more than what we have already decided is the public policy. Did the applicants decide to use that test? No, they didn't. So not only do they not meet the requirements that we all agreed on, but they haven't even gone through the process of testing whether it would be appropriate to give them a small variation on that specific site. You know why they didn't go through that process? Because as city staff have told you, in all 4 cases, they would have failed that test. And to turn that into English, these signs are not in the public interest. These signs put their thumb down on the scale of the sign companies and overwhelm the interest of local residents. So, given that they don't meet the original bylaw, given that they wouldn't pass the test for a local change, what have the sign companies done? They've hired a whole pile of lobbyists to go talk to you all and tell you it doesn't really matter that these are not in the public interest, approve them anyway. And from time to time, we do, as a council, say, all right, maybe there's a trade we can do here where we sacrifice the impact over here in exchange for getting a benefit over there. Is that what the companies have done here? No, they haven't. We get no benefit in any other location as a result of any of these 4 applications. It's a straight gimme. It's a straight gimme. City Council, ignore your bylaw, ignore your variance procedure, just gimme, 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 and gimme. And who cares about the people that you represent? And who cares about the impact of these 4 signs on their quality of life? Hey, City Council, ignore your rules, ignore your residents, ignore your principles, just do what the lobbyists told you and give the sign industry a little bit more profit. Well, I won't go there. Vote no, vote for the staff recommendations, which are the public interest recommendations on all 4 of these signs.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers on the item? Okay, so members, Deputy Mayor Min Wong had to leave, and he's asked that we take the votes on the signs after lunch. So we'll hold the item down for the votes after lunch.
Madam Speaker, can I point of order?
Yes?
It's Councillor Robinson. I sent you an email indicating I have an important medical appointment after lunch, and I would also like to vote on this item.
Thursday morning then. Okay. Yeah. So when will you be back, Councillor Robinson?
Well, I'm at the mercy of the doctor, but I'm hoping later this afternoon.
Okay. Okay, so why don't we do
Hopefully, maybe 4 o'clock, 4:30.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I move, Councillor Guy, I move that we do it first thing Thursday morning, first vote Thursday morning.
Okay, we'll do it first thing Thursday morning. That's fine. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now, Councillor Perks, I understand that the staff is working with you on that motion for hydro. To amend your motion.
Speaker, I literally just replied to the email saying, and I said, yes, I am satisfied with that language. So if the clerks are ready, I'm ready. Oh, I replied to the wrong person. God, I'm sorry. It's just been
Now,
a day.
Councillor Grimes,
I'd just like to hold this down, Madam Speaker. I'm still working on something here, so I'd like to still hold it down.
Why don't you just tell me here?
but you were on your way to speak. So do you want to speak on this item, Councillor Grimes?
No, I'm working on a motion. I'd just like to hold it down still, please.
You're working on a motion.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, do we have a number of members' motions that we want to add before the lunch break. So if we can add those motions on. Okay. Okay, if I can have members of council that are here at the council meeting, please turn your video on. Pardon? No, the members that are not here. So we know if we have the 18 votes. Councillor Mantis, you have a motion that you want to introduce? Councillor Mantis? Who's the seconder? Councillor McKelvey, you were the seconder on Councillor Mantis' motion. Can you introduce it?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce without notice a motion pertaining to 3266 Finch Avenue East, and urgency is this is the last meeting.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Matlow? Councillor Matlow?
Yes, hi, I'm just waiting for it to come up on the screen. I move this motion without notice, taking a stand for Toronto's local democracy. This motion is urgent because there won't be another council meeting prior to the introduction of legislation that will have significant impacts on the city's governance structure.
Okay. On favor of introducing? Recorded vote. Okay, this is just to introduce it.
Counselor Pasternak, Counselor Carroll. Yeah, coming. Counselor Cole. Counselor Cole, may we please have your vote verbally?
Negative.
Thank you. The motion to introduce the motion without notice carries. The vote is 18-3.
Okay? What is he? Counselor Mahavik, you have 3.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. This is to deal with various agreements with the Canada-Ireland Foundation in Ports Toronto at 3 Ariane.
Okay, on favor, carried.
Arian, thank you, sorry. I don't know how to speak Irish. Secondly, it is to release, it's to deal with 3 heritage plaques to commemorate John M. Timsley, Peggy, and James Mink. Last meeting of council is the urgency.
On favor, carried.
And lastly, it's for additional funding for the new Alexander Park Center needing, that's being constructed, and it's the last meeting of council, and they need some extra funds.
On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. Do we have any release of holds before we break? Any release of holds? Okay, put your name on the, Counselor Perruzza, you have a release of holds? Okay.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I believe I held item EY 33.17. It's listed as 2111 Finch Avenue West. Request to enter into an agreement under Section 4743 of the Planning Act. Speaker, as you'll know, the province has these zoning powers that they're able to just sort of zone sites, and this is one of those sites on Finch Avenue that they just basically did through a what do they call them, municipal zoning order, and this is an agreement under that. And I just wanted to ask some questions. When I'm happy, because I know it's going to be a long meeting, I'm just happy to release this item so that I don't take up any more time with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So EY 3317, 2111 Finch Avenue West, Councilor Perruzza is releasing. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councilor Mahavik.
Yes, thank you. I hope that the staff have, the clerks have this. It's for EX 34.8, the FIFA, on FIFA.
Okay, just a
You don't
sec.
have it? Okay, can't release it, sorry.
EX 34.8?
Can I ask if they have IE 31.12?
Okay, let's just see.
Cycling? Ah, okay,
Pardon?
okay, can.
There are other members that want to speak on that, Councillor Mihevik. Okay. Councillor Ainsley?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I have hold on, sorry. EC 31.23, Advancing Reconciliation, Equity and Inclusion, Reimagining a New Future for Toronto History Museums. I do have an amendment if staff are ready with it.
Does staff have his amendment?
And I have one as well, right?
On this one? Yeah. Okay, so this is Councillor Ainsley's motion. It's on the screen. Pardon? Yeah. So Councillor Thompson, you have a motion there?
I guess your laptop was safe last night, eh? Nobody took it.
Councillor Prusa, you have your mic on. Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Thompson?
I'm sorry, Speaker. Yes, I do have a motion. This has been prepared by staff, and I'd like to essentially move this for the authorization.
Okay, so that was Councillor Thompson's motion amendment. On favor? Oh, okay. Councillor Ainsley's first, motion one on favor. Carried. Councillor Thompson's motion. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Ainsley. I have one more.
Okay.
PH 35.11, 79 and 81 Granby Street, notice of intention to designate a property under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, Ward 13. I can release that or move it, both.
Okay, PH 3511, Councillor Ainsley is releasing. On favor, carried. Thank you. Do you have any more, Councillor Ainsley?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, earlier I sent a motion to Marilyn Toft to reopen TE 34.50 because there had been a staff motions that didn't get moved yesterday.
So do we have your
So I'd
motion?
like to reopen that. I hope so. Staff, do the clerks have it?
Pardon? Okay, can I have a motion to reconsider? On favor, carried. Okay, so Councillor Fletcher will put your motion on the screen. There it is.
Thank you very much.
T 3450. Okay, on favor, carried. Are there any?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Are there any? Oh, sorry. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Are there any further quick releases? No? Okay, so we'll break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30, 1 hour lunch. Okay, thank you.
When Beverly Romeo Miller arrived, she told council When Beverly Romeo Bueller arrived, she told councilors and city management that she had 3 goals for her term: adding value, using a fair and balanced approach, and showing leadership. The Auditor General arrived, she told councilors and city management that she had 3 goals for her term: adding value, using a fair and balanced approach, and showing leadership. The Auditor
Okay, members of council and members, if you can please turn on your video so we know you're here. This meeting is now resumed. Members, we do have a presentation to recognize the Auditor General, and I would like to call upon the mayor for the presentation.
There we are. Speaker and colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, and I should say, of course, the Auditor General herself is here, but she's accompanied not only by her husband and daughter, who we welcome to Toronto City Hall, but also a large number of members of her team, who are people that toil away tirelessly and out of sight largely, although their work is certainly well known to us all and for which we're most grateful. But today is a day on which we can take the opportunity to bid a very warm farewell to Beverly Romeo Beeler, our city's Auditor General. This is her last meeting with us, although she's not quite finished performing her duties as yet, but I want to take just a moment to thank her and to recognize the incredible work that she and her team have accomplished over the course of her tenure here at the city. I had an experience when I was the opposition leader at Queen's Park to work there with an Auditor General. And of course, if you're the opposition leader, the Auditor General, you come to think of as your best friend because they give you no end of material to talk about that reflects things that are going wrong in the government. And I said at that time that if I ever became Premier, I'm sure that this person that I sort of considered to be a great friend of what I was trying to accomplish would then become someone that I would come to immensely dislike. And so now here where you have a chance, all of us do as part of a council and mayor, to be part of the government. We are the government, the elected part of the government. That actually hasn't happened. And it has, I will admit, as probably all of us do in a certain way, to a sense of exasperation when you read some of these reports because you're frustrated at the fact that there are things that in a big organization go wrong. And by the way, I often will say, because it's just true, that there are as many things that go wrong in private sector organizations, of which I had the privilege of running a big one, and many things went wrong, as we all know. They often get much less attention and so on. It doesn't excuse what goes on in either place when it comes to things that aren't managed as well as they might be. But I have come, well, I have that sense of exasperation, as we all do in reading these reports, to have huge respect for this Auditor General, for the way that she goes about her work together with her team. When we first met, she said to me, the Auditor General did, that she had 3 goals she wanted to be evaluated against. And I don't know if she remembers saying this, but I'm sure she does because she's very consistent about these things. She said she wanted to be seen to add value, she wanted to be seen to take a fair and balanced approach, and she wanted to show leadership. And I think if you look at that test that she set out for herself at the beginning of the time when we first met, it not only indicated the quality of work we would see in advance, but I think it is true to say that it is the quality of work we saw now looking in hindsight. I will say to you, Auditor General, that you have been a person who's been thorough, you've been professional, and you've set the very highest of standards for good and accountable governance and professionalism. And I'll say one more thing. It's not in my notes here anywhere, so I'll get in trouble with somebody, I'm sure. I'm not sure who, it doesn't matter. You made sure that you publicized your findings and explained those to the public and went public with them, which can be the part that as well can be exasperating for people who are in different positions of responsibility, elected or not, in the government. But you did it in a way that was measured and that was balanced and that was professional so that the point got across, but without, what I'll call grandstanding. And I think that is a big achievement in and of itself to have the particular skill set that says you can draw attention to this, as well should be the case, but not do it in a way that was something that went beyond what was probably the professional way to handle this. I think I can speak on behalf of all of my colleagues when I say to you that you have, in our view, carried out your mandate with integrity, with determination, with resoluteness to get to the bottom of things, and with great consummate professionalism. I think it's worthy of noting that under this Auditor General, the office and the team that you have, many of which you have here in front of you, have produced more than 100 audit reports, made over 1,000 recommendations, and investigated 5,000 plus complaints. This is an extraordinary amount of work, and I should say that the recommendations that have been put forward during her term have led to changes that have been made that have saved the city more than $500 million, and of course that's $500 million and counting, because as you make these changes, the savings live on. But I think in some respects, the more important reports were the ones that brought the city and stakeholders together to work on an issue, sometimes where you can't as easily quantify the benefits, or other times where it was just difficult for someone else to do the work or to bring the stakeholders together. I think in particular of one of the things that I think is a very significant accomplishment of this council in this term, which was that we had the Auditor General be able to go into the police service and to work with them on some things that were very important. And I think of, for example, the 911 report. There's very few things that are more important, although people, thank goodness, don't have to use it very often. But if you sort of ask people to name things they want to make sure are there and working well for them, that we have the responsibility for, 911 would be right up on that list. And the report you wrote, I can tell you, someone who read it very carefully, was a very thorough piece of work that had quite a few revelations in it that one might argue should have been revealed before, but they hadn't been for one reason or another. And I think they will form the constructive basis for us to make some changes there that will be very much in the public interest. There in the police service and elsewhere, you've helped to bring about process improvements which aren't about saving money necessarily, but they are just about providing better service to people. And that's what we're all here to do. And these things will make a lasting contribution to life in Toronto. I know that your leadership here has been recognized in the industry, and you've received several professional awards, and we're proud of that our Auditor General has been recognized in that way. Audits are difficult and challenging processes, but I think, as I hope my remarks have indicated, and I think we know, there's a reason why we have an Auditor General. We have it because it is so important then when it comes to dealing with the public's money and the way we run their government, all of us collectively, and I mean elected and public service people, we have to be accountable. It's necessary to prod us to continue with transformation. That is also an important thing for everybody in order to move the city forward. And I think you have helped us to achieve a great deal in that regard. As I've said, and because I've mentioned the word professional quite a few times, quite deliberately, in a professional manner, in an independent manner, and in a respectful manner. And I don't mean so much respectful of us or of the public service, respectful of the process of which you are such an important part. And I think that's very important. And I think the way you've done the job has inspired all of us to do better. And I think that is all that can be asked of us, is that we try and do our best and that we try to do better no matter what's going on. I'd like to ask colleagues if they would just join me in looking at a short video recognizing Beverly's achievements over her tenure before we ask her to come up and receive the same scroll everybody else gets. Doesn't matter if you serve here as mayor, city councillor, city manager, you get a scroll which comes from our heart and with the utmost of respect and affection, but that's all there is. But it is something very significant indeed. But let's have a look at that video first.
When Beverly Romeo Buehler arrived, she told councillors and city management that she had 3 goals for her term: adding value, using a fair and balanced approach, and showing leadership. The Auditor General's recommendations have saved the city over $500 million since she began her term. This is what councillors had to say about her work.
I think this is an excellent roadmap, a way for us to move forward into the future of our system. And again, I thank everybody who's played a role in this. We've got some really good recommendations before us that we can adopt and make the system healthier and wealthier for our city.
I can't tell you how timely your report is to say, people, you have land. Are you using it to the highest and best use?
And I commend the Auditor General and her team for bringing this to our attention and, once again, recommending both accountability measures but also move forward measures for staff to adopt.
I would hope that this sends a very strong signal to everybody that's observing, and including the amount of time that we spent in camera, that City Council takes this matter extremely seriously.
Okay.
And I just look forward to continued work on this. Thank you.
We're seeing changes out in the industry. It means that it's no longer just about the City of Toronto. It means it's about shaping the world around us. But I've come to the final conclusion, though, that audit is not about money. It's about people. It's about everyday people, and that's why it's captured their attention.
The reports that you have brought forward over the years, which we've always adopted unanimously, and there's been millions of dollars in savings as well with various departments on your reports, and thank you very much for that.
It's really been a privilege to work with Beverly, and her integrity, her determination, and her real, zeal to get to the bottom of things has just been, exemplary. And, you'll be greatly missed, Beverly.
Beverly, if I may speak directly to you, your style is collaborative. It's, you're able to work with staff and see performance improve because of the way that you approach and the way that you work with people rather than at people, and the team spirit in which you work as well within your own office.
The Auditor General has consistently shown leadership throughout her term. The office won the prestigious Knighton Award in 2019, and the Auditor General has been recognized for her high achievements and contributions to the profession.
The team would like to thank the Auditor General for her leadership, coaching, and investment in each and every one of us, both professionally and personally. Thank you, Auditor General.
I think those were good words spoken by Councillor Matlow, working with people rather than at people. I'll just read this, if you'd please come up. What? Oh, I wasn't intending to be ironic. May I read just this scroll so everybody can have the benefit of hearing what it says that we're going to give to you, and I hope it'll have a special place for you and for your family. It says, Mayor John Tory and members of Toronto City Council extend their warmest appreciation to Beverly Romeo Beeler, Auditor General, for your valued contributions to the City of Toronto. Beverly, the city is proud of individuals committed to improving the well-being of our city. As the Auditor General, you had 3 priorities during your term: to add value, to take a fair and balanced approach, and to show leadership. You used these priorities to help identify cost savings of more than $500 million during your tenure, and just as importantly, brought about process improvements which led to better government and better services. Beverly, thank you for your professionalism, respect for others, and your independent thinking as you brought forward a roadmap of improvements to help inspire transformational change at the city. Your reports brought the city and stakeholders together to help address the diverse needs of our residents. Through your valued contributions, you've played a tremendous role in the betterment of our city. Your legacy will live on in the changes made in response to your findings. We thank you sincerely for a job well done and offer our best wishes for continued success in your future endeavors. And I've signed it and give it to you with immense gratitude and respect. Thank you. Let's have a closer picture here.
I just have a few words to say. Mr. Mayor, thank you for the very kind words. I'm very humbled by those words. As you all know, I'm a coal miner's daughter from Cape Breton. And while I have a lot of education behind me, years and years of designations, really it was the value of $1 that I saw my mom as she supported 6 children, 8 people, that really qualified me for this position to really understand what $1 meant. Before coming to Toronto, I worked for the Auditor General of British Columbia as an Assistant Auditor General. And that term really showed me the impact and the influence that I could have. I imagined if I had my own office, how would I run it? And there's many things that I learned, and there's many things I've done differently. That's great. So I took the position in 2014. And when I arrived, I barely knew 2 people in Toronto, millions and millions of people. So when you talk about independence, that's as independent as you get. But I've fallen in love with the city. I still have a home out west, but I love this city. It's completely vibrant. The energy is amazing. It's growing, it's current. As you know, in my role as Auditor General, the Mayor very kindly and really spoke about the fact that we have to look for those opportunities where we can improve. So what that means is we do a risk analysis, and we look for those areas where there could be problems. And so we bring things forward for improvement. But in doing that, that does not reflect completely what the city is about. And that's what I want to talk about today. Toronto is seen and ranked as one of the best cities in the world on so many fronts. For safety, one of the greatest cities to live in, most livable city, and it's year after year after year. And if I had one recommendation, one final AG recommendation, it's that we as a city and we as a city council and we as a public service need to celebrate that more. That's incredible. So while there are always opportunities for continuous improvement, this council, public service, the city manager really need to celebrate that amazing accomplishment, because although I've had a very small contribution, it is who is in this room who has made that accomplishment possible. So as I close, I'd just like to say we all do this with the support of pillars. And my pillars, first and foremost, are City Council, the public service, you, City Manager Chris, the Vice Chair of the Audit Committee, the Chair of the Audit Committee, my fellow accountability officers, Kwame and Jonathan and Christina, and my entire staff. They are amazing. Ina Chan has been in my right hand for 8 years. Tara Anderson, Syed, Carmelina, Elaine, Sean, everybody who sits here today has had a hand in the reports. Secondly, I'd like to extend a big thank you to my husband and my daughter who picked up their lives and transformed where they live, took a chance, and because of that, they're a huge contribution to this city. We will be staying. And finally, I'd like to let the next Auditor General know that we are here to support that person, that we have an amazing, strong team to continue. I'm here to provide support, so I wish them the very best of luck. So, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Public Service, Torontonians, thank you. It's been an honor to serve you.
On behalf of the staff of the Auditor General's Office, we just wanted to present you with this token of our appreciation for your amazing leadership over the past 7+ years from the bottom of all of our hearts. Thank you so much.
Councillor Holliday, Chair of the Audit Committee, would like to make a few comments. Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've had the privilege of serving on the Audit Committee for almost 8 years now. And in that time, working with Beverly, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for that journey, and thank you for all that you've done and all that you've taught me just as an individual about how the city works. But I would be remiss if I didn't make a couple of points about the character of you that I've learned about. First of all, you are an accountability officer. You hold us as council accountable to ourselves and accountable to the citizens of the city. And it's because of that value for the dollar that you talk about. I think that's why people are so interested in the stories that you tell. Often those stories begin with a sad or an uncomfortable observation. And you find those through tenacity. I mean, I don't know how many members of council know about some of the work and some of the investigations that you've done, but I can't say because I never saw it, but I wouldn't be surprised if you were out there with dark shades on and a disguise, sitting in a car observing. But this is the essence of how some of the audit investigations work. They are about people, about things, about how the city operates, not just financial statements on paper. And it's that tenacity that has brought about the change. And sometimes I think about, like a sweater. You pull on that little thread and you pull and you pull and you pull, and soon the sweater comes apart and there's a story to be told. But I think the most important observation that I've had through this is, yes, these stories begin with something a little uncomfortable. Something, the news camera comes to me or to you or the mayor or one of the members of council and says, what's going on here? But very quickly, there is a second half to the story, and the story is, we want to restore public's trust, and we want to change the way that we've always wanted to change. And you've always been that agent of change. You've maintained your independence as an accountability officer, and you've said the things that had to be said to council, to others that have asked. But you've always set it up in a way to be that catalyst. And I've always found that as an exciting part of my work with you, Beverly. And I think, those numbers that the mayor mentioned really speak for themselves, the amount of change. So, I'll close and I'll just say that the Auditor General's role in the City of Toronto is bigger than this council. It's bigger than City Hall. It's bigger than 416. In the quick story I'll have, and we don't have to go through all the audits, but I remember the fire and life safety one is one that strikes me as one that just had this ripple effect. And I knew things had changed big time because I was in a conversation completely out of the context of council with a couple of tradespeople that work in the electrical industry and the fire alarm industry, and they didn't even really know about all of the work that I do, but they started talking about the stuff that was happening in Toronto and how things were changing. And so, yeah, these things that you've brought forward are policy changes, but they have shaped things that are so much beyond the reach of that border of 416. And they are, as was mentioned today, about human beings and about their life and the way to make things better. And your work is buried and enshrined in so many of the pieces of policy that we do. Yeah, we've got audit agenda items in here, but we're going to talk about the RGI report. You read the report, you find out it had to do with an audit and some of the findings, and that's truly about people needing to get resources. So really, the thing I just want to say is thank you so much for what you've done for this city and what you've done for council and what you've done to help maintain people's confidence in such a complex system and be that catalyst and that agent of change. Thank you.
If I can, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to say a few words. I think Councillor Holliday captured it all, but just feel very fortunate to have been able to work with Beverly over the last number of years. I didn't realize I would like the audit committee so much, and have really enjoyed, delving into things. It's sort of in my nature, but the chair has been terrific about involving me in things as vice chair, so I've got to pretty close-up view of things. And I just want to say about Beverly, she's kind of one part Sherlock Holmes, one part Columbo, for those of us who remember that TV series. It's really remarkable to see her in action sometimes. And one part coal miner's daughter, as she said. And one of the things that Beverly taught me the first time I met with her was the mummy tummy rule, which is if your tummy doesn't feel right about something and your mummy wouldn't like it, there might be something wrong with it. So just want to, again, thank you, Beverly. Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, are there any release of holds before we go to the member motion run through? No?
Well, Madam Speaker, it might be more efficient if the clerk mentioned which motions she has ready for the quick technical ones. I have a few that are quick and technical. That's not how it works? Okay. Okay, I'm getting the look. I'll sit down. Okay.
Counselor,
I was trying to help.
Counselor Pasternak.
Yes, we finally have the wording for the deferred item, NY 31.2, 147 Overbrook. I believe the clerk has the motion. It was written by planning staff. If we can put it on the screen, I'd be prepared to release it.
Okay, the motion is on the screen, NY 31.2. Counselor Pasternak is moving the amendment. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Counselor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I can try again at TE 34.230, intersection alteration Danforth Avenue and Main Street. The motion that clerks had moved this morning was in fact the correct one. That's the correct one. Option B there. So I can let that go with thanks to staff for their hard work and site visits, and move that motion.
Okay, so what item was that again?
That was TE 34.230.
So it's on the screen, yes.
Yep, thank you.
34, okay, because it's here without recommendation. So on the amendment, on favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was the item because it was here without a recommendation. Okay, we'll go through the, Councillor Carroll.
I don't know for sure, but if staff are ready with EC 31.5, the change I'm making to the item on animals, then I could see if it's a quick item.
Pardon? Okay, so that's EC 31.5?
Yeah. If it's possible, I don't know how they're formatted on the page. If it's possible to put them both up there, it'll be very self-explanatory in a minute. I see it would be more important to put the first one. I am in fact, Madam Speaker, I'm changing the direction we took at Economic Development Committee. There's a motion that precedes this to add the word cats back to only these animals, cats and pigeons, can roam. I've done a lot of consulting with staff over this, Mr. Grant, Dr. Attard. So yes, there it is. So I'm putting back the word cats back into that thing, which means they can walk around outside for now. And then I am moving a motion. At the heart of this, Madam Speaker, is that the second motion is about working first on microchipping and licensing. Every GTA municipality around us has an anti-roaming bylaw, but they have it because they've been more successful than us. Only 4% of our cats are licensed. That's what makes it possible, really, to have an anti-roaming bylaw, because you can pick them up and get them back to their owners with a warning, not end up with shelters full of cats that we then have a problem with. So Dr. Attard and myself have talked about this motion. The second motion, which is no longer on the screen, allows her to work on that first. And when she's made achievements there, we'll report back on domestic cat ownership bylaws. But it puts the staff in the driver's seat, and I'm happy to do that because of the conversations and work we've done this week.
Okay, on EC 31.5, if we can put the motions on the screen.
Recorded vote on both, please.
Motion 1A.
Happy to record it, yes.
Is this the cat in the hat?
to collaborate, which you can do in the current governance system. Don't know if we were able to do that after October 21st. I'll be curious to see the legislation.
Councillor Fletcher, may we have your vote verbally, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. And Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please? Should put my mask back on.
Yes, Anthony. It's yes.
I'm okay with that. I'm in favor.
Thank you. And Councillor Cole, your vote, please?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 1A carries. The vote is 21-1.
You want to move a motion? You go right ahead. I'm trying to be a team player.
The second motion. Can put the second, there's the second motion. All in favor? Opposed?
Recorded.
Carried. Okay, recorded.
No, he's not logged in.
He needs his own IT team.
Yes. That's why I told him, just encode it with my face and I'll face ID logging in in the morning. I'm happy to do it. If we should get IT to encode my face onto his laptop, I'll just log him into the CMP at the beginning of every
comes around here.
In favor, Madam Clerk.
For Councillor Perruzza?
In favor.
Thank you. And Councillor Matlow, can we have your vote verbally, please?
Thank you. Sorry, of Councillor Carroll's motion in particular?
Motion 1B.
Yes, in favor.
Thank you. Motion 1B carries. The vote is 21-2.
Maybe we get him in a car and he drives from house to house logging people in.
Okay. Item is amended. On favor?
Recorded, recorded.
Recorded vote.
This is actually a quick item. Yes, this is the whole item. This is all the animals, everything rolled in. It's the whole enchilada. Ba-dum-bum.
Councillor McKelvey, your vote, please.
In favor.
Thank you. The item as amended carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, are we ready to go through the members' motions? Pardon? Oh, did he just add his name on? Okay. Councillor Mihevik.
I understand from the clerk that EX 34.8 FIFA is ready. So glad she's smiling. And this has been, this motion has been socialized with a variety of players up and down the city administration and with the mayor's office and councilors as well. So I'd ask that it, with the additional motion, be approved. And basically, the additional motion in summary is around community benefits, be included in the strategy around how the games are implemented, the games in Toronto. Sorry, this is a,
Councillor.
my motion's not up here.
Hold on, Councillor Thompson wants to hold it.
You want to hold it? Okay. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so let's start going through the members' motions. Huh? Okay, MM 47.1. It's on the screen. Notice if this motion has been given, this motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands, carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 47.2, notice if this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 47.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
No, no, may I have a recorded vote, Madam Speaker?
Okay, recorded vote.
Thank you.
To move through. What's the directly from there? Pretty Jeff.
The item carries. The vote is 21-1.
MM 4711, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried.
I understand.
Councillor, I
Yes,
believe
there's
that Councillor Bradford has an amendment on this one.
So do you, I believe.
Yeah, but I thought Councillor Bradford was going to put both through.
Did he not send it in already? We'll just hold that. I'll hold that for him.
Okay, because I know there was one for
Yep.
Councillor Bradford and me, and I assumed that
I
Councillor
got that.
Bradford was going to move mine as well.
Well,
Councillor Bradford? Yeah. Pardon? Okay, we'll hold the item down.
I'll hold it in my name. Thank you.
This is the swimming. Okay, we'll hold the item down because there's an amendment on that motion. Pardon? Okay, Councillor Bradford, can you introduce your amendment and this way can be? Can we?
Yes, please do that.
Can we recirculate the motion, please?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. This was.
Yeah, you can circulate it, and I can move it now, or do you want circulation time?
We have to circulate it first.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and this is, okay, this is a motion, hold on. This is a motion that staff is recommending as an amendment to Councillor Fletcher's motion. That's all it is.
It's only for those pools that haven't been up and
Right.
running at the beginning of
Right.
the season to make up the time.
That's right, so we're
Well,
holding.
I understand everybody wants to put their pool on, and they have to put a separate motion,
Yeah.
Speaker.
Okay, the motion is going to be circulated. Okay, let's move on. MM 4712, the item has been held down. MM 4712. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4713. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4714. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds.
Madam Speaker, I would like to withdraw this motion, actually, because I moved an amendment on the item. I don't need to have this motion.
So you want to withdraw this
Yes.
motion? Okay, motion by Councillor Bylaw to withdraw MM 4714. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. MM 4715. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4716. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4717. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4718. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, pardon? Hold. Okay. Councillor Holliday is holding MM 4718. MM 4719. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4720. Notice of this yeah, we're going to
Record a vote, please, on the waiver
yes,
referral on
yes.
20.
Notice of this. Yes. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis, are you able to enter your vote, please? Okay. Yeah. And Councillor Cole, can we please have your vote? Affirmative. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 15-7.
Okay, I'd like to hold the item down because I have questions on it. Okay. MM 4721. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? On favor? You want a recorded vote? Councillor Fletcher, did you ask for a recorded vote? Okay, on the item, all in favor? MM 4722. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4723. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in
Madam
favor?
Speaker, on the item, there's a technical amendment because there's a financial typo in the motion. It's an SAP account number is stated wrong, so there's a correction to it here.
Does the staff have it?
They do.
Okay. Okay, there it is for the amendment.
Thank you.
All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. MM 4724. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4725. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4726. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4727. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4728. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47.29. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis and Councillor McKelvey, your votes, please. Councillor Mantis, are you present and voting? The item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
MM 4730. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried on the item on, pardon? Recorded vote.
Councillor Lai, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In favor.
Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 20 to 1.
MM 4731. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4732. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4733. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4734. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I have an amendment on this item. Are we on, I'm sorry, are we on 34?
Yes, we're on 34.
I'm sorry, clerks do have the amendment.
Okay, Councillor Carroll is moving an amendment on 34.
There we are, there we are. This is an amendment drawn up with staff. The City Council directs Chief Planner, Executive City Planning, and all other appropriate city staff to work with the owner to finalize the details and conditions of approval for the owner's application of draft plan of common element condominium for the lands municipally known as the Steeles Tech Campus at 3125, 3389 Steeles Avenue East and 4000 Victoria Park Avenue. It's a very complex technical amendment, but it actually allows water service to flow to a hotel.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Was that the item? Oh, okay. Thank you. MM 4735. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item IE 2610. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4736. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Pardon? Okay, so can we put the motion on the screen? There it is on the screen. Okay. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried.
Madam Speaker, I'm terribly sorry. Item MM 4735 had an amendment that needed to be moved. I didn't hear calling the number, so I missed that. Apologies.
Okay.
Motion to reopen?
Yeah, but can we just finish this item? Did we adopted 36? Okay. So Councillor Layton would like to reopen item MM 4735.
Yeah.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, we'll hold it in Layton's name. Okay. Now we're going to MM 4737. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to a reopening of item IE 2610. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Who said hold?
Madam Speaker, if I just may have a recorded vote on the item once it's amended, because I voted for it, against it the first time.
Yeah, Councillor Holly, there's no amendment on this one. We're at 37.
Yeah, it says reopening and amending IE 26.10. City
Yeah.
Council amend previous decision.
Yeah, we're just voting on the item now.
On the item.
Yeah.
Okay. May I have a recorded vote then?
Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Bailao, your vote, please. Councillor Fletcher, may we have your vote verbally, please?
In favor.
Thank
And
you.
if I could have somebody from AV come down and get my iPad working, that'd be great, Speaker. Thank you.
The item carries. The vote is 22-1.
Item is MM 4738. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 4739. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Who said recorded? Recorded vote on waiving referral. Yes, could we put the motion back on the screen?
It's also a rather important communication item from the Integrity Commissioner in your CMP on this item.
Can you, if I can ask staff to show the whole member's motion? Because they didn't see it. And we'll go back to the recorded vote once we show the motion. Huh? So have you seen it? Okay, so we're ready to record a vote to waive referral? Okay.
Councillor Fletcher, may we please have your vote verbally?
Negative.
Thank you.
Just a second.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 15 to 8. The two-thirds has not been met.
MM 4740. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4741. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4742. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Recorded vote.
There'll be nothing left.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 16 to 8.
Hold the item, please.
Who said that?
Counselor Carroll.
MM 4743. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4744. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4745. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving, pardon? Recorded vote to waive referral.
Counselor Filion, Counselor Perruzza, please. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 21-2.
Councillor Holliday has held the item down. MM 47.46. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Pardon? Yes, welcome to Weston. Weston are the best. 47, MM 4747. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the General Government and Licensing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item.
Can I hold the item? Can I hold the item? I may be able to release it later. I didn't finish reading.
Councillor Carroll is holding the item. MM 4748. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4749. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4750. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4751. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item on, pardon? Recorded vote? Recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Filion, your vote, please. The item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
MM 4752. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4753. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item CC 3612. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4754.
Madam Speaker, you're halfway through.
Yeah. MM 4754, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Civic Appointments Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4755. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required.
Recorded vote on the referral.
Okay, recorded vote.
The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 9 to 13. Two-thirds has not been met.
Councillor Perks, wake up. MM 4756. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4757. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 4758, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item PH 26.7. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4759. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item EC 26.6. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4760. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4761. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4762. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4763. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Pardon? Hold? Recorded? Okay, recorded vote.
It's cheaper in the long term.
I know.
Councillor Layton, are you able to vote using the system? Councillor Layton, we can take your vote verbally if you would like. Thank you. The item carries. The vote is 20-2.
MM 4764. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM
Speaker.
4765.
Madam Speaker, just a point of privilege. I just realized now, although I wasn't here for the vote, but I just want to declare an interest on an item that I just realized. May I do so now?
Well, you moved it.
No, not on the last one. I don't yet own a plot in the Mount Pleasant Cemetery.
Which item are you referring to? The one we just voted on?
No,
Oh,
no.
because he moved that one.
No, not that. MM 47.58, authority to approve nonprofit housing provider for 11 Brock Avenue. My sibling owns a property very nearby that site, so I need to declare an interest and I'll put in the necessary paperwork.
MM 4758.
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll have to reopen the item. On favor?
I wasn't there for the item.
Pardon? You weren't what?
I wasn't there for the vote, so there,
Well, Councillor Mallow,
but yeah,
Councillor Mallow, you were there for the vote because you've been standing there all afternoon. So you're at the you're in the council. No, I understand, but he's saying he wasn't here. He was here. So we have to reopen the item. On
okay,
favor?
I'll follow your lead.
On favor? Carried. Okay, let's have a recorded vote. Vote on the item.
The item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
MM 4765. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4766. Notice of this motion has not been given. A 2/3 vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4767. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Recorded vote.
Mayor Tory, your vote, please. The item carries. The vote is 22-2.
MM 4768. Notice, oh, we did that one. Did we do that one? No, okay. Okay. They all look like their music, okay. Notice of MM 4768. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor
We
of
hold the
waiving?
motion, please?
Who's this?
Councillor
Councillor
Carroll.
Carroll? All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. And you're holding the item down, Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, I just want to finish reading it. Thank you.
MM 4769. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving? Okay, wait till we waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Councillor Pasternak, you'd like to hold
to hold it.
69?
Yeah, there's a technical amendment to it. Thank you.
Okay. MM 4770. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4771. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice?
Hold, Grimes, hold.
Well, you have to wait till it gets reintroduced first, please, Councillor Grimes. All in favor? Okay, hold on. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Councillor Grimes, you like to hold the item
Yeah,
down?
hold.
Okay.
Yeah.
Speaker, just to note, it is not Toronto and East York, it is North York Community Council. Yeah, thank you.
MM 4772. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to the referral. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion being deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4773. Wow, how many motions do we have? Okay. Notice of this motion has not been given. This two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Thank you, Councillor Perks, for the water. You've been so kind to me lately. I don't know why. Something's going on.
We'll find out later in the agenda.
Yeah. MM 4774. Notice if this motion has not been given, a two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4775. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. Two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4776. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4777. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. Recorded vote on waiving notice? Okay, recorded vote on waiving notice.
The motion to waive notice carries. The vote is 17-7.
All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? Hold. Councillor Perks is holding. MM 4778. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the North York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On the item, on favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4779. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4780. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4780. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopen of item EX 27.1. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4782. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to reopen of item T 3312. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. On favor of waiving notice? Carried. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, on favor? Carried. MM 4783. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor, okay, well, let's open it first. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. So Councillor Bylaw would like to hold the item down. MM 4784. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4785. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 4786. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 4787. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4788. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4789. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4790. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on oh, Councillor Bradford, you have a conflict on this one, so we have to do a recorded vote. Sorry.
Councillor Filion, your vote, please. The item carries unanimously, 21 in favor.
Thank you. MM 4791, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4792, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4793. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate.
I hold that, please.
Okay, Councillor Carroll would like to hold. MM 4794. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to reopening of item GL 2914. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of the item? All in favor of the reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 4795. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor?
Speaker, I have a couple of very minor amendments that I've given to the clerk. They're just actually correcting some information. So if we could just, I'd be happy just to move them now. They don't
Okay.
change the substance or the meaning or anything, they just
Okay,
correct some
so
stuff.
the staff informs me they do have it, so why don't we put it on the screen and then we can do it
Councillor
now?
Grimes is aware, he's emailed me, he's fine. Look at that nodding head in the center of your screen.
Okay,
Such a handsome
A
fellow.
recorded vote, please.
okay, so there it is by Councillor Perks. Did you want a recorded vote on Councillor Perks' motion or the item as amended?
Both,
Well,
please.
this is, yeah, okay, recorded vote.
He has nothing.
Counselor Holliday, please. Motion won by Counselor Perks carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, thank you. No, that was the item.
On a point of order, I clearly support the festival, and I have to apologize to the council. I understood the amendment wrong, and I would request council reopen that. so I
Motion to
can
reopen?
Vote with council.
Do a motion to reopen, so you can revote.
Okay, all in favor of reopening by Counselor Perks, all in favor, carried. So let's have another recorded vote.
Counselor Thompson, Counselor Carroll. The motion by Counselor Perks carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Are we ready to continue? Yeah? MM 4796. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopen of item NY 31.7. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless the council decides otherwise. On favor of reopening? Carried. On the item on favor? Carried. MM 9797, this motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item on favor, carried. Councillor Mihevik, do you have an amendment on this one? Okay, there's the amendment on the screen. Okay, all in favor of the amendment by Councillor Mihevik? Carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. MM 4798. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item on favor, carried. MM 4799. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On favor of the item, carried. MM 47100. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On favor of the item, carried. MM 47.101. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Oh, Councillor Layton, I believe you have an amendment.
I do, thank you very much, Madam Chair. The
Pardon?
amendment can go on the screen. Oh, Madam Speaker, sorry. There is an amendment.
Okay, do you want to wait for Councillor Layton to move his amendment before you hold it?
I'm sorry, can you not hear me?
No, I can hear you.
Hello? Oh, good, okay.
Okay. Councillor Layton, do you want to move your amendment?
Sure. The clerks should have it. If they want to put it on the screen, it's just a couple little language changes. Thanks to staff for this. And with that, I'll ask for your support.
On the amendment, do you want to have us to move the amendment, then you're going to hold it? Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Layton, she's holding after we move the amendment. Okay, so Councillor Layton, Councillor Fletcher is holding your item down.
Fletch.
Well, I don't know, you. MM 47102. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47103. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 47104. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 47105. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On favor of the item, carried. MM 47106. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is subject to reopening of item MM 3729. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor of reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Last item, MM 47107. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to his agendas before council for debate. We holding the item? Are we holding the item? Yes. Okay, I didn't hear anything from anybody. Okay.
Madam Speaker. Okay.
Councillor Bylaw is holding.
Madam Speaker, as we're at the end of the list, would it be appropriate to release one that I held in the notices of motion that I don't need to hold?
Which item?
Motion 47 would be 47. I just need to read the financial impact statement so I can release that one.
That's 5200 Young Street.
That's right. Yeah.
Counselor Carroll is releasing MM 4747. All in favor? Carried.
Speaker, I gather Councillor Bradford has now circulated the amendment to 4711, so I'm prepared to let that go, and we can vote on that.
Yeah, and if that's okay, I can just move that amendment, friendly amendment on the advice of staff to include Donald Somerville Pool, as well as Ambercy Sports Complex in Ward 5. Both of these pools have been impacted by the late openings this season and would benefit from an extended season, which staff have advised that they can accommodate. Thank you. Amesbury, thank you.
Yes. Okay. On favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried.
I, I do have one other I can release if you're interested. I do, yes. There's one other. It was a matter of reading these. MM 4768, which is Humber Bay Shores Assumption Services. I can release that one too. Just needed to read it.
Okay, Counselor Carroll is releasing MM 4768. On favor? Carried. Any further releases? No. Okay, so our next item is the deferred item. DM 47.1, which I held down. Do we have any questions on the item? No. Okay, I have a motion.
No, I do have questions of staff.
Okay,
If I could just be reminded of the item number, Speaker, sorry.
DM 47.1.
Right, so this has to do with providing grants. This is the one about the grants for flooding, right? No. Okay, I'm so sorry. Oh, I apologize, Speaker. I got my items mixed up. I don't need to ask any questions.
Okay, this is the Ontario Land Tribunal for 87 Ethel. So I don't have any questions either, so I have a motion that I want to move. Okay, that City Council delete the recommendation in this item and adopt instead the following. City Council adopt the confidential instructions to staff attached to this motion. City Council direct that confidential attachments 1 and 2 to the report June 6 from the city solicitor remain confidential. City Council direct that confidential instructions to staff attached to this motion remain confidential at the discretion of the solicitor. Okay, on favor? Okay, recorded vote. Okay, recorded, everyone, we're doing a recorded vote. Mayor? We're in the middle of a recorded vote. Mayor Tory? Oh.
Councillor Fillion, may I please have your vote verbally? Into your microphone, please.
In favor?
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, your vote, please.
In favor?
Thank you. Oh,
Did you want to ask me the question, or should I just say in favor?
Okay, I've just been advised I have to do a slight amendment, and we'll get back to the vote in 2 minutes. Okay, let's take a 5-minute recess. Okay, so we'll go back to the recorded vote, and then. You have to redisplay the motion? Yeah, we'll redisplay by the solicitor's recommendation. Okay, recorded vote. So we're just changing part 2. On favor, recorded vote. Okay, recorded vote.
Counselor Fillion and Counselor Perks, please. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 20-1.
Pardon? Okay, thank you. Our next item is EX 3460. Have we dealt with 34.8, Councilor Mahevik?
Yes, my apologies. We need to reopen an item, MM 47.106. It is the Corlec building, related to the Corlec building. One of the clauses needs to be changed based on the input of the.
So you want to
of the legal.
reopen MM 47.106?
Correct.
Okay,
And I do believe the clerks have the amended clause 12 from the legal department.
okay, so let's vote to reopen first. MM 47.106 carried. And the clerk has an amendment?
Yes?
Okay, the amendment is on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you. And if you wish, we can also expedite EX 34.8, having myself.
Yeah,
having-
we're at that item now.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so
Okay, so we're right at item EX 34.8. Counselor Mahevik.
I don't need to speak to it. It's basically an additional motion.
Yeah, do we have any questions on this? I believe some other counselors said they had questions, no?
Counselor Thompson, and I spoke with him.
He's okay.
Yeah, he's fine.
Okay, so do you want to move your motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there's Counselor Mahevik's motion on EX 34.8. On favor, carried.
I need
Item
a
is.
recorded vote on the item as amended. It's Counselor
Okay, recorded vote on the item as amended.
Oh.
Councillor Grimes, if you are present and voting, can you please turn your camera on? And Councillor Fillion, may we have your vote, please? The item as amended carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, I understand
on the point,
Councillor Perks now. It's my understanding now that Councillor Grimes does not have a motion on AX 3431 Toronto Hydro. So Councillor Perks, you want to just move your motion now?
Yes, and with great thanks to the mayor's staff who've been really diligent about sorting out the language on this. I have a revised version. If we can just post it. This more carefully frames what the intention of the original motion was. There's no substantive change. It just
Okay,
tightens the
so
language up.
on the amendment by Councillor Perks,
Can we record?
Recorded vote.
Yeah.
recorded vote. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, if you are present and voting, can you please turn your camera on? Councillor Matlow, if you are present in the virtual chamber, can you please indicate your presence by turning on your camera or verbally confirming it? Motion 1 carries. The vote is 20-1.
Okay, thank you. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Our next item is EX 3416 Operating Variance Report. Councillor Perks, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Councillor Perks to ask questions.
So to the chief financial officer, the issue I'm curious about is one that I know is of concern to many in this chamber. I'm trying to understand from the operating variance, how many members of the public service are we currently short?
Through you, Madam Speaker, actually, I'd like our P&E person to actually give you the vacancy number, if that's the specific number you're looking for.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
I had asked P&E to be present.
That'd be people in equity.
It would be.
Okay.
If Marcia is online, it would be helpful.
Maybe the position is vacant.
I've paused your time, Councillor Perks.
Thank you.
Are we, wait. We may have to stand this down.
I'm in your hands.
Our strategy here in the council chamber is to just keep standing down Councillor Perks's interests until he's exhausted, gives up.
That's right. That's right. Well, you could just veto me, I guess. I don't know.
Should we stand it down? No chance right now? Oh, she is coming. Okay, then it's worth it.
Afternoon.
Here we are, Councillor Perks. Do you want to reframe your question?
Yes, I'm just trying to understand. It's not apparent in a straightforward reading of the operating variance report. I know we're under tremendous financial pressure. I'm trying to understand how many vacancies we're currently carrying.
So if you, through the chair, could just give me a moment, I'll get you the numbers for the vacancies.
I'm very sorry. I couldn't.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you're close enough to your mic. That was a very muffled audio signal.
Okay, I'll just check that you can hear me.
That's better,
Can you
yeah.
hear me now? Okay, great, thank you.
So I need you to give your answer again.
Yeah, we need you to could you restate that answer? We did not hear a word of it.
That's okay, I shall do that now. So the number of vacancies is 12.4%.
12.4% across the corporation. Thank you very much. That's what I needed to understand. I'll speak if no one else has questions.
If there are no other questions, I'm just going to go directly to Councillor Perks speaking to the item. Seeing none, go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Members, I know that we're all very excited to get it back out there on the hustings and to start our election campaigns. But I wanted to take this moment to look at just what the current financial crisis that we're in is doing to the corporation of the City of Toronto before we start talking to voters. You have just heard that across the corporation, 12% of our positions are being held vacant. Some of that is, because we have had ongoing issues about getting certain kinds of things funded. Others of it, though, and there's an item that we will be addressing later, have to do with the fact that the amount of money that we are paying and the compensation package that we're offering and our ability to attract talent and retain talent is being challenged by a labor market that is vastly different than the one we were in when we approved our budget. There are areas right across the corporation, the planning department, engineering staff, the city solicitors, often in professional disciplines, but we had an issue with lifeguards recently where it is just becoming really difficult for the City of Toronto at our current pay scales to attract, hire, and retain talent. And I think all of us need to have that and the need for a renewed funding relationship between our order of government and other orders of government on our minds. Because when we have a gap like this in the public service, that shows up in weakened public service delivery. It shows up in Torontonians not enjoying the level of service that they feel they're paying for through their property taxes, their user fees, and other ways that they help to fund the corporation of the City of Toronto and the services that they expect. And it is an urgent crisis, it is a growing crisis, and it's a crisis that, frankly, we have to have a direct and meaningful conversation with the electorate about during the upcoming election. And I just wanted to take this moment to point at this one little moment in time about just how bad this crisis is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted just to rise in support of the comments that Councillor Perks has just made and to say that I'm in full agreement with him. We are challenged with respect to our professional staff and the competition that's actually out in the city as a whole. And I'll give you two examples. Recently, we lost a planner in Scarborough who went to the private sector. His salary in the private sector is $300,000. We're not paying anywhere near $300,000 for that person, that planner. And I'm not advocating that we should be paying $300,000, but what I am advocating is that, similar to Councillor Perks's comments, is that we need to do better because of the fact that we are in a difficult position in terms of providing the services that are needed for our city to grow and to build upon. So in the planning area, there's a lot of development that's taking place. I can tell you the number of times that I've had, folks, business leaders who've come in and said, look, I'm waiting for an application. I've had to wait, 2 years, 3 years, and even lesser time. But when you explore it further, it's around a shortage, not enough hours in the course of the day, not enough personnel, and so on. And I'll give you another example. Just today, in my ward, we have a situation where we needed a staff person to attend at an address where there is a construction that's taking place with respect to a driveway, simple driveway. The staff had gone out and had alerted the homeowner and the contractor that they didn't have the necessary documentation to actually work in the city of Toronto, which they didn't. And so there is the necessity to monitor the situation, because in as much as the staff have communicated to the contractor, they weren't following the rules as such. They wanted to simply, advance their work completion without necessarily following the rules. An observation by myself as the local councillor this morning that there were activities taking place which was inconsistent with respect to our own policies. I simply asked one of my staff members to reach out to our licensing staff to get someone to go and visit the location to remind the contractor that they shouldn't be doing the work. My staff, to my dismay, indicated to me after calling our licensing office, where they told a member of my staff that they could not have someone attend to the site until later on this afternoon because they had no staff to send out. And a staff member would perhaps be coming to work at 2 o'clock, and maybe they would send that staff member out. And of course, that wasn't good enough for me, so we pursued it a little further, wondered whether or not someone else could not simply go out and deal with the issue, because these are real-time issues. And so we are actually not providing the level of service that are needed in the city in order to allow things to work, to grow, and to accelerate the pace of growth and creating jobs and opportunity and so on. Yes, we're doing it somewhat, but we're not doing it in the most efficient way, in the most optimal way. And it comes down to the valuation. It comes down to what we are not doing in terms of responding to the competitive marketplace. And I think it's something that we seriously have to ensure that we consider. And so I rise in support of the comment that's been made, and I'm hoping that those two examples helps just to illustrate the challenges and the problems that we're having. And of course, you can take that broadly across the corporation, quite frankly, because I think you find more. The staff indicated that we're 12%. That's a significant number in terms of when you look at the number of people working for the city, and people are looking to us to provide them with a level of service. The expectation is there, that there's a need, and ensure, and part of it is what we're actually paying people. And I know that it's difficult for some to hear this and appreciate it, but it's actually playing out real time in terms of our ability to respond, providing the level of service. So I fully agree, and looking forward to hearing the mayor's comment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, sort of a technical motion from Councillor Robinson. She's not here, so it's with regard to the TTC I have to move. City Council approve the amendment to the Toronto Transit Commission's 2022 operating budget to increase gross expenditures by $6 million.
Do we have the technical? Oh, there it is there, yeah.
Okay, that's the motion there. You know, I also want to rise and chat a bit about our financial issues and challenges we've had. I recognize where Councillor Perks is coming from in his comments, and I do agree with him. When you're looking at 12% across the entire city, that's a huge number. I don't know what it is out in the private sector, but I do know many businesses, many corporations, not only here across Canada and the world, have been challenged, and we're no different. And when you look at the work that we have done and will continue to do with our city staff, I think what I disagree with is that we're in a crisis. We have challenges, absolutely, when we're looking at just the financial aspect of where we're at. We are still short over $800 million in this year's budget. We will recoup that more than likely, but there are still challenges. And we're looking at that 12% retention. When you're looking at inflation, when you're looking at sort of, you know, retaining staff and the ability to, you know, balance the budget, we are challenged. Absolutely. I'm not suggesting we aren't. Am I confident we'll get out of this? I am. How? Not quite too sure at this point. We have a lot of work, a lot of dedicated staff that are working incredibly hard behind the scenes, along with the mayor, who are committed to figuring this out. But to suggest this is a crisis, I'm not going out in an election campaign in any way saying this is a crisis. I'm going to say we need work to do. We need to work incredibly hard as a council, as a staff, to really come to terms with where we are at. And I'm sure it's no different than any other municipalities, any other large corporations on looking at how do we change, what do we do, what practices do we have to change? Do we need to look at services that we're providing? Because next year will be a challenge. When we all come back after, well, hopefully if we all come back after the election, we're going to have a serious talk about how we manage this large $15 billion a year budget. And it's not going to be easy, and we're going to have a difficult conversation, I am sure. But I also look at this in confidence that we have and will make the right decisions as we move forward. Every year, I think I've been budget chief for 8 years, every year there's a challenge. Every year we're not going to be able to do this, or how are we going to do this? How are we going to maintain and retain the services that we provide? We have done that consistently. The last couple of years have been the largest challenge I think that we have ever faced. And we have done so, you know, with professionalism, with you know, thought, and with courage in some respects to ensure that we can do this. And you know, we're going to have to do it again. We have no choice, frankly. We're going to have to do it again. We do have to balance the budget every year, and I think next year we'll see. But it'll be a challenge. But I'm confident with the work that our city staff are presently doing all across the agencies and divisions that we'll come up with a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like that's it for speakers. So Mayor Tory, last speaker.
Well, Speaker, thank you. I have and I think consistent with how we handle these things with the budget, I have a narrow interest that I've declared on this item, but I think with the budget, I'm not going to address that item that I've declared the interest on, but I want to speak to a couple of broader items, including the comments of Councillor Perks. I don't want to minimize for a moment what he talked about and the fact that he got out of his questioning, namely this 12% vacancy. Now, I have asked the staff, and I'm told that the vacancy rate in any normal time is running between 6 and 10%, just because of the nature of turnover, retirement, and so forth. But obviously, there's a difference between, say, 6 and 12, if you want to pick the two numbers. And I think it is, it's a reflection, though, of more than financial you know, restraint or any of that kind of thing. It's a reflection, as Councillor Crawford just said, of the labor market, where you find when you talk to people in the private sector in large organizations, they're having trouble both with having people come back to work and with people being very mobile because of the what they call the war for talent. There is a compensation issue, and I think that you know, one of the things that I think the public service under the leadership of the city manager have done is to look at that in a targeted and surgical kind of way to pick the areas where we're having the hardest time keeping and retaining and hiring people and look at making some adjustments there. In fact, we gave them some delegated authority to deal with that. And so I do think it is something that we have to address. But what I really wanted to get up and say today is that I think the time has come. You know, we've had a number of meetings, and I will say that they were not unproductive. As you know, I made no secret of the fact I met with all of the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister for Canada, with the Premier of Ontario, the Finance Minister for Ontario, and with the Prime Minister of Canada. And the number one topic at each of those meetings was our continuing operating shortfall. And I think it is time, in a respectful, business-like way. I'm not expecting anybody would do any different. For the members of council to talk to their local MPs, and I say especially government MPs in the case of the Government of Canada and the Government of Ontario, because those are the people who are more likely to be in meetings where they're going to be able to assert Toronto's interests with the decision makers, the other decision makers. And I guess I would just make the points that I would hope you might make to them, because these are the important points that I've conveyed, I hope effectively, and I think I have, because I think they definitely understood. First and foremost, and most importantly, I mean, I really did emphasize something that they would all kind of nod because they knew, but I emphasized it as strongly as I could. Toronto is very unique in all of this country in the context of the scale and the scope of what happens here. Our transit system, I reminded them, in normal times carries 1.6 million people every single day. I mean, this is larger than some transit systems' annual ridership. And that as a result, when you're down, even now at 60%, it's up to 60%, but when you're down at 60% ridership, you can do the math of how much money that costs us every day in people who are not using the transit system times two, meaning to and from work, for example. Same is true of our responsibilities for shelter. I mean, the number of people we shelter is far in excess of that of any other municipality because of the size and because, quite frankly, of the fact that we perform a regional responsibility, or we undertake a regional responsibility. That's not fair that we should end up paying for that, but it's just a fact. Secondly, I emphasize in these discussions, none of the shortfall we are asking be addressed in partnership with them is on account of spending other than on COVID-related matters. In other words, we're simply asking them to help us with the transit revenue shortfall entirely occasioned by COVID, and we're asking them to help us with the extra expenditures we were forced to incur because of COVID, mainly to comply with public health guidelines. The third thing I've talked about is this, that our problems that manifest themselves in our budget are truly regional problems. If you think about the number of people who are not riding the subway and buses right now, who in fact are from the 905, but nonetheless is contributing to a problem we have either by spending more on shelters or by taking in less revenue on transit. So they're not just, contributing to a Toronto situation. And then finally, I make the point, and this is where it comes up to in relationship to what Councillor Perks and others were asking about, we have taken steps ourselves to achieve considerable, substantial efficiencies, and we will continue to contribute going forward to the solution to our own problem. But I think it is time, and I would ask that if you can mobilize yourselves to speak with and write to the members of Parliament that you interact with, whether they be the people that mirror your own areas or whether they be just people you know, and that you let us know you have communicated in that way, because it'll help us to kind of know who you've been in touch with. And I just think it's one more step that we need to take to push this ball over the line and to make sure that whatever it is we're going to get by way of assistance, and I'm optimistic we're certainly going to get some, that we do everything we can to make that happen as soon as we can, and obviously in the largest possible amount, knowing that we're going to have to make some contribution, I would think, ourselves. So that was just my request to the members of council, Speaker, and we'll carry on with the advocacy that we've been undertaking for all of the basically 2.5 years of the pandemic now. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you.
Sure.
Councillor Thompson?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Mayor. Mayor, I'm just wondering whether or not there could be a consistent message in terms of the ask that you've indicated to MPs and MPPs and so on. Just wondering if you would consider perhaps
We'll make some information available. Thank you for that suggestion. And I was thinking of that earlier, and I just don't want people to write form letters, because I think those end up, when you get one, you sort of know somebody's just written this out of a, so I just think if you can make the communication as personal as possible with the people you know that are either your counterparts federally or people you know in the federal, especially the Liberal caucus, but I have no hesitation in seeing us write to Conservatives and New Democrats as well, and similarly provincially to write to Liberals and NDP, because they all should know. And so, yes, we'll make some information available in the next 24 hours, just at the very core kind of message, really the points I just made.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Crawford has informed me that he'd like to hold it down. Councillor Crawford, could you just indicate?
Yeah, just a point of order. I was just speaking with the CFO. This transmittal has not been passed off to the CFO, so she has some concerns about the wording of that. I may have to change some of the wording. As an example, it talks about 2023 expenditures. We can't be approving expenditures now, so it needs a slight wording change to be able to be put through. So I'm just wondering if I could hold it down momentarily until we make the changes.
Okay, is that okay with?
Is that okay?
Until
Madam Speaker, if I could just be consulted on the wording changes, please.
Pardon?
That was my motion and Gary Crawford moved it for me.
Yes.
Could I see the changes?
Yes, you can see the changes. The CFO is going to comment on the motion. So we'll hold the item down, I guess, until the CFO has a chance to review the motion that was presented by Councillor Crawford on behalf of Councillor Robinson. Okay. EX 3423, amendments to council's procedures. Councillor Pasternak, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, Madam
Okay,
Speaker.
Councillor Pasternak, questions to
Through
staff?
you, I think this would go to the city manager. So the statutory date for a term beginning across the province for municipalities is November 15th. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, yes, I believe that's correct.
Now, is that the Municipal Act, Municipal Elections Act, or was the Toronto Act also amended to accommodate that date?
Through the speaker, I don't know the answer to that for sure.
So within that legislation, there's also a 31-day grace period on when the first council meeting can occur. Would that apply to us as well?
Through the speaker, I believe that would apply as well. Yeah.
So when was this, we've always began our new term early December. When was this brought in? And I realize it's been sitting in the council calendar for some time, but do you recall when this first came across, I guess, your desk or someone else's desk that this had changed?
I don't recall. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. I guess my next set of questions are for the clerk. Altering the date, there's a 31-day grace period, but based on this, we've used only one of the 31 days. Is it problematic to use any of the other days to give more time in between election night and the beginning of our term?
No, there's the legislative requirement to hold the first meeting within 31 days at the beginning of the term. So if council meets that requirement, it can set a date at any time in that period.
So if we shift that date slightly, would that push the next cycle of committee meetings into the holiday season, or they can stay as is?
So right now, council has scheduled a short community council and executive committee cycle feeding into a council meeting in the middle of December. And so if you pushed back the council meeting a week or so, you could preserve that cycle of council meetings.
Right. So if council decided to hold its inaugural meeting on the 22nd of November, it would not push that cycle of committee meetings into the Christmas period. Although I guess you have to define what the Christmas period is.
It wouldn't interrupt the current scheduled meetings in November and December, and the council meeting for that mini cycle is on December 14th.
So there's no legal barrier to changing that?
Not to the date that you proposed, no.
Thank you very much.
Just tell us when your plane is.
Are there any further questions on the item? Councillor Perruzza.
Just very quickly, I remember earlier in the term signing contracts for the staff. I don't know who can answer this. And the end date to those contracts was November 30th, 2022, I believe.
No, the term date change happened in advance of the beginning of this term, so all of your council staff contracts end on November 14th. Unless you've decided on a date prior to that. None of them are beyond the end of the term.
Remind me, so all of those contracts would have had November 14th as the end date? I remember November 30th. Why do I remember November 30th?
Sorry, in previous terms, it was November 30th because that was the end of the term, but in this term, the staff contracts end as of the end of this term, which is the 14th of November.
So all of them then? Even the ones that were signed prior to this, to the term, right?
Council staff contracts up until this point have been done on a term basis, so every contract was renewed at the beginning of the term, and they would have an end date at the end of the term, which is November 14th, unless the councillor had decided on an earlier date.
I think there's going to be a motion to move the inaugural meeting back by a week. Is that okay from your perspective? That's something that we can do and would be supportable?
The meeting can be moved back by a week, yes.
So instead of having the inaugural meeting on the 16th, you can have it on the 22nd, 23rd, or 24th or something, right? And that would be absolutely fine in November.
Yes, there's no impediment to making that happen.
And then, so the inaugural meeting would then happen that day, and then the following day, we would come back to, as we normally have done in the past, to strike the committees and all of those things, right? Unless, of course, there's provincial legislation that gives all that power to the mayor, in which case we wouldn't need to come back for that meeting, correct?
As it stands right now, council's first meeting, there is a meeting of the striking committee in there as well to establish the membership of the various
It wouldn't be
committees
a
and
problem
boards.
moving that back by a week and being able to, and that would be supportable as well.
That's correct. A striking committee meeting would move with the first council meeting.
And if, for example, I were to move a motion that pushed back the committee cycle to the new year, the way we've always done it, to January, is that doable and supportable as well? Instead of having that committee cycle in December?
Madam Speaker, it's entirely up to
Because
council
we've never had a committee
to-
cycle in December, right, as I recall. We just had a, I don't know, special meeting to do one-offs, right? Like important stuff, right? Everything we do is important. I didn't mean it to say it that way. What I meant to say was that we would just come together to do what's called time-sensitive stuff, like stuff that we have to do by a specific date and time.
So there have been terms passed where there have been community council meetings to catch any statutory items that need to come through that have been urgent since the council break. So that has happened in the past. There have been cases where it's been a special council meeting to capture urgent business. It's entirely up to council to set the meeting schedule.
So if we were to, for example, move a motion that preserved that tradition, i.e. that if we needed to have a meeting because of time-sensitive issues that needed to be dealt with, we could do that, but that the committee cycle would then start as we traditionally done in January, would that be supportable?
Again, it's entirely up to council to set its calendar, so that's a decision of council. There has been changes to the heritage legislation that has imposed some critical deadlines that city council needs to consider certain heritage matters by. So I think as long as council scheduled at least a special council meeting to consider those urgent heritage matters to meet the legislative timelines, then the rest of the committee schedule or council schedule in December is up to council.
Right. So if we did that, just like we've always, like the way it's traditionally been done, that would be okay then. We would be well within the law to do that, right?
Again, yes, council sets its own schedule.
Okay.
With the caveat of that, I would urge council to consider scheduling at least a special council meeting to consider urgent heritage matters to meet the legislative timelines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Robinson, questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just picking up on Councillor Perutz's earlier questions, the term used to end November 30th, and you're saying now it ends 2 weeks prior to that?
That's correct. There were changes made to the Municipal Elections Act several years ago that changed the end date of the term to November 14th, starting in this council term.
And was that a request made by City Hall, or was that directed by the province of Ontario?
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure. I believe it was a province-initiated change.
And so just to be clear, if an incumbent lost, they would have 2 weeks to wrap up and clean up and summarize their work and all their office work and dealings? About 2 weeks, a bit over 2 weeks?
That's true, yes. The transition period between the election date and the end of the council term has been shortened, yes.
And can we do anything to change that back or shift that? Do we have any authority or ability to shift that back? Because that seems like a very tight timeline for an outgoing councillor to wrap everything up.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that is in the legislation and it pertains to all municipalities in Ontario. So City Council does not have any discretion to move that date.
No discretion or no influence? No ability to influence? Thank you very much.
Okay. Counselor Bylaw, questions?
Thank you. I just want to follow up on the need to have some of the items come through. So we have also a special council meeting in August and September because of the new legislation on the heritage items, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you're saying at least at the very minimum, we need to deal with those items as well in December. Through you, Madam Speaker, maybe to planning as well. How many planning applications, dealings do we have in front of us today?
Through the speaker, likely, there must be maybe 125 odd matters, I think, at least.
Okay, 120. And through you, Madam Speaker, do we know how many items we have in front of us today? And the council agenda? That we have to have a 4-day council? 463
It's around
items.
450, 460 items.
Has it been maybe taken in consideration to have a council meeting in December just because there's a heavy workload, a lot of work to be happening, and that's why it was suggested to have it in December rather than January, just because there's so much work ahead of us and so many things? Right? Is that why we have it on the agenda, a meeting in December, so that, you know, the next council can hit the ground running on the work that they were elected to do?
When the schedule was proposed for the 2022 schedule that was proposed, and given the change to the start of the term, we were able to fit in that cycle into December. That didn't go too far into December to catch all of the urgent business because there is typically a break in an election year. Yes.
And the thought was because there's usually such a big break that impacts the workflow of the work that needs to be done in the city, you put one in December so we can facilitate the work that needs to be done in the next term.
That was the rationale behind that recommendation, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Pasternak, you held the item down. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, and the motion does not affect the committee system in December. It merely gives us another week in between the end of the election and the start of our initial council meeting. And I've been through 4 elections, and that period of time between the election night and the first council meeting is a crazy time, even though the election's over. You're going to have a group, probably 6 or 7 councillors moving out. You're going to have another group of new councillors moving in. You're going to have re-elected councillors working with their staff and putting their teams together. Before all of that, you need to clear out your campaign office and start organizing the financials of your campaign. And pulling all this together is an enormous task. It takes time. It has to be done properly. It cannot be subject to mistakes. I think the gap between election night on the 24th of October and starting our inaugural council meeting on the 16th of November is really too tight. And if we have the flexibility without it impairing the work that we do here, I'm asking council to just give us another week to make sure that we are able to reassemble our teams for the new term, that new councillors go through the proper orientation and adjustment, they build their new teams, that we give the time to councillor services to make sure all the contracts are done properly, that there's no mistakes, that people aren't staying up to 2 and 3 in the morning trying to organize for the new term. It gives us a chance in the mayor's office to pick their new committee chairs, our community councils to pick their chairs and vice chairs. And I think that's a lot to ask in a very short period of time between October 24th and November 15th. So I'm asking this council to give us another week. There is another thing that, and I don't mind saying it, that there are some commitments among our councillors with their spouses or their partners to slip away for a couple of days and catch their breath. So I am saying let's do it right. Let's buy another week. This does not push the committee system into the holiday season, and we can get down to work in and around November 23rd and November 24th. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a sense that people are going, what's happening now? And beginning to pay attention to the meeting. A change is happening that will affect how we walk back in the store if we are so honored to do so after the election. And I rise in support of Councillor Pasternak's motion, and I only want to make sure that people heard the clerk's answer. To Councillor Pasternak's motion, she said it does not disrupt meetings that we will be having in December. Any other change very likely would. And so what I would say is I am here in support of Councillor Pasternak's motion, and I'm really encouraging people not to entertain any others. One of the reasons I'm in support of his motion, sadly, I won't be going anywhere at all. I generally just start baking shortbread and decorating the tree. However, we already know that there will be several new councillors to be onboarded. That takes a lot of work. There's a lot of onboarding to do, and we're onboarding those councillors. We know of 6 right now, and who knows which of us will be victorious and which will not. And so that's another chore. And lastly, we should all remember what was so difficult for clerks last time, and it looks like we may have it foisted upon us again. When the provincial government makes governance changes in the middle of the election, we can't do anything about them until we walk back in the door and clerks can begin to talk to us about those. And so they may need the extra week that Councillor Pasternak's motion allows, but it is the only motion I would entertain, because what's in this report has actually been part of the calendar and available to you so that you could have this knowledge for a very long time now. It's all part of Municipal Elections Act changes that came even before this term started. So we knew this. Maybe we're only now attuned to it, and we need to make this slight adjustment. But I really don't think we should be making any others beyond Councillor Pasternak's motion. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Mayor Tory to speak.
Speaker, I just want to rise in support of the comments just made by Councillor Carroll. I think based on the information received from the clerk, it doesn't make a significant difference to have the 1 week modification with respect to the swearing-in meeting and the other meeting that follows that, which is more procedural in terms of appointing committees and whatnot. But I just think if you just look at the number of things that we have we're expecting reports to come back on. If you look at what I know is going to be a difficult budget process and just a host of things, we need to be back here doing business. And I think, you know, if you look at the period of time between October 24th now and say November 22nd or 3rd, if Councillor Pasternak's motion passes, that's a month. And there's things to do in that month, I do understand. But then there'll be another couple of weeks until this other cycle starts to kick in with the committee meetings and a council meeting in mid-December. And of course, we have to be mindful of that deadline in mid-December, that we can't really push that any later. And I just do think we need to have substantive business done. I'm one of those who thinks, and look, this is perhaps a mark of my own peculiar work habits and so on, but you know, I think that the notion that we don't meet in August anymore is maybe a relic. It's nice, but I just think we've got so much to do in the city. But if we're doing that, and we keep doing that, and then this year that's compounded by the fact we have no meeting in September except one of these heritage-related meetings, and October, we have so much to do here that I would just say to postpone an entire cycle, unless I could hear a really valid reason why that needed to happen, is just not a prudent thing to do for us. I just think people will expect us to be back here in full business. And putting the swearing-in date off by a week doesn't really affect much, but postponing an entire cycle of committee meetings does affect our ability to get the people's business done and to get at some of the things that are very urgent beyond the heritage matters, really other urgent matters, and get started on those and get off to a solid start in our term. So I would say, just echo the words of Councillor Kerr. There is nothing else on the floor at the moment. I think Councillor Pasternak's motion is supportable, but I think anything else beyond that would not be wise. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I appreciate what the mayor said, and what Councillor Carroll has said, and what Councillor Pasternak has said. But we've had a tradition here. Oh, I want to move my motion. Yeah, right. Sorry, I have a motion. So we've always had a tradition here. So this isn't the first time that we're going to come back as a new council to basically manage the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto has, there's no question about it, always lots and lots of business and lots of stuff going on. I know that Councillor Bailao alluded to the notion that we have gazillion, for example, development applications to deal with on a perpetual basis. Well, the reality is, Councillor Bailao, we've approved a gazillion development applications. We've approved enough applications out there that if they actually built the stuff, you'd probably wipe out the housing situation and the housing thing all at once. The reality is that everybody wants the approvals, but they don't necessarily then, for example, just go out and do the building of them. Anyway, we understand how the city operates and the city works. Problem is this, that we have this very, very onerous event that we all have to go through. It's called the election. I get it for some of us who come back as incumbents or in an incumbency status, with incumbency status. You're able to sort of come in here, you got a staff, you got an office, you got a phone, you got a number, you got a business card, you got letterhead, you know, and you have some sense of history. But we're not the only ones coming back. That's why the tradition is there. That if perchance every once in a while you have someone new come here, there's a period in which they got to get going. They got to set up. They got to hire some folks. They got to get a telephone number, get a business card, get a bit of an orientation, figure out where the bathrooms are. Every level of government does that. Every single one after an election. You don't immediately get elected to Queen's Park and boom, there goes the legislature. Right? Session number 1, day after. Hey, Kathleen Wynne, don't talk to me about Kathleen Wynne. Where's she now? Anyway, the point is this. That's why that tradition is there. So that And we know this time there will be a number of new people. And you're just simply going to, I get it, Councillor Carroll, throw them into the fire first day on the job. I get it. It's okay. Well, that's the effect of what you said.
On a point of personal privilege, Madam Speaker, I need to be accurately reflected. It was actually I that raised that topic in deference to the clerks needing the onboarding time. To now characterize me as having said that we shouldn't do any of that, I cannot
You
abide.
stopped my clock.
I cannot abide.
No, you didn't. Look, it's ticking
I really
away.
cannot abide it. Will you rule, please, Madam Speaker?
Councillor Pruitt, your clock has stopped.
All right, I don't want to put.
That's the clock we go
I
by
don't
there.
I don't want to put words in the councillor's mouth.
Madam Speaker, are
If
you
I
going to
put-
rule on this? Is he allowed to reflect my comments as being the opposite of what they were?
No, you're right, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you.
So Councillor Pruitt, can you just please apologize,
I
retract your comment?
apologize to Councillor Carroll if the impression I got from what she said was that if you're newly elected here, you should get into the business of council first day on the job. Okay, that's the meaning I got from it. But if that offends her, I apologize for that.
To be clear, Madam Speaker, if you're offended is not an apology. I did something wrong, I'm sorry, that's an apology.
Can you please apologize, Councillor Pruitt?
Do you want me to do it on my knees? Huh? Here you go. Here you go.
Speaker, on a point of privilege.
Okay.
On a point of privilege.
Yeah, point of privilege. Councillor Pruitt, you're
Sorry,
going a little.
Councillor Peruzza's behavior is demeaning everybody in this chamber, and I ask you to call him to order.
Yeah. Councillor Pruitt, please. Just apologize and continue. Your clock is on hold.
I apologize.
Okay. Now, can you continue? You have 2 minutes.
The point is this, Speaker, is that's why I think we've had the tradition. I get it. The province is moving us more into a situation, for example, with the dates, like they have. You know, you lose a provincial election, you basically lose it on election night. And you got about, I don't know, I think 7 or 8 days to clear out of your offices and be gone. I get that. That's the way they do it there. That's the way they've traditionally done it. I suspect that they think that at the city level, you know, they want us to move into sort of and do it the same way. I fundamentally believe that that's wrong. I especially, you know, we always talk about, you know, trying to attract new people into government, new people into the service, new ideas, bring in fresh faces, bring in people that closer reflect the communities from which they come from. Well, one of the things that you want to also do when you do that is make sure that people have an opportunity to be able to move into the job and begin to do that job in an effective way for the people they represent. We don't have much of an opportunity for that. It's a courtesy, I believe, that traditionally was extended to people at the municipal level across the province. My motion, all my motion does that. Anything we need to deal with in an emergency basis, let's come back and deal with it. Anything else that doesn't have to be dealt with on an emergency basis, give people an opportunity to find their footing. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Oh, Mayor Tory, you have a question?
Really, so that you can see that I'm trying to give consideration to what you're talking about here on behalf of members, Speaker, I just wanted to ask you, are you aware, if you just look at the dates, the election is October the 24th, and then the swearing in you take office, the new term begins on November the 16th, so that's already, 7 and 16, 23 days. And then the council meeting we've just talked about moving to the 23rd if Councillor Pasternak's meeting passes, so that meeting happens 24 days after the election. And then the first of the committee meetings, it's actually would be a community council meeting, would happen on the 28th. So that's 35 days. And so beyond tradition, is that, because don't you really think that period of time, 35 days, compared to what you did say provincially, I'm not saying that's right, but don't you think 35 days is enough for people to settle themselves in, at least in part, to do that so that we can then get on with business?
Yeah, and I agree with you. While the number seems like a big number and it seems like a long time, at the municipal level, We don't have the infrastructure, for example, after the election, as Councillor Pasternak was alluding, we don't have the luxury of calling in a team and saying, hey, team, go there, you guys go clean it up, and I can go and attend briefings downtown because I can go and start doing my job. Chances are you're going to have to haul the signs out of there yourself. You're going to have to figure out where you're going to store them. You have to clean up the place yourself. You end up doing the sweeping and all of the rest of it. And then afterwards, if there's any time left over, you might be able to go and attend a briefing here and there. When you come here, for example, you don't have the infrastructure of a caucus and caucus supports and those people that can kind of like move you right into the orientation. You don't have like a media booth where they start giving you media training and talk to you and teach you how to talk to the press and all of that, and have people that prepare all your stuff. You have to come down here and figure out how to write a motion on your own and do all of those things on your own, and it just takes a little time. And that's why I believe at the municipal level we've had that long-standing tradition of there's that bit of a gap, and I understand that traditionally before they moved the election date to October, the election date used to be the first or the second Monday of November. And what it did was, I understand that it pushed that schedule back a little bit. And then people complained about the November date because of the weather and the rest of it. And then they changed the November date of municipal elections. They pushed them up forward by those 2 weeks to October to meet, a better weather. I get it. And across Ontario, when you start going from the lake all the way to the north, the weather is very, very different. And it added 2 weeks. I get that.
Councillor Pruitt,
Basically it added 2 weeks to that lag time between from the time you get elected to the time you do the business. But I always thought that was a respectful way of just
Thank you.
basically welcoming people into the public service and giving them an opportunity to find their footing, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen, please. Okay, motion by Councillor Pasternak. Recorded? Pardon? Oh, 2/3. Okay, recorded vote. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Robinson, if you're present and voting, can you please turn your camera on for us? Thank you. And Councillor Thompson, we'll take your vote verbally, please.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 21-2.
Okay, next motion. Motion by Councillor Pruitt, a recorded vote.
Motion 2 does not carry. The vote is 4 to 18.
Okay, item is amended. On favor? Oh, recorded vote.
Counselor Holliday, Counselor Carroll, Counselor Pasternak, Counselor Cole, Mayor Tory.
Mayor Tory? Where recorded vote on the item is amended.
And Counselor Thompson, may I have your vote verbally, please?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. The item as amended carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, our next item is ZX 3434, Toronto Water 2022 capital budget. Councillor Pasternak, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
No questions for staff, and I just have a motion. So,
Okay, does anybody have any questions to staff on the item? Okay, Councillor Pasternak, do you want to speak?
yes, thank you very much. I will be extremely brief. If we could put the motion on the, oh, great. This is a very problematic street and corner in my ward, and we just want to put it on the radar of staff, of Toronto Water staff, to consider including this in a future capital budget. We have some very upset residents who are looking for some upgraded infrastructure. So all this is really just putting it on their radar screen for future work. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the item? Oh, do you have a question? Councillor Mihevik.
Do really want to not jump the queue, but really want to have this included. Would it not be appropriate to say, to reflect this, comma, as appropriate in the 2023 Toronto Water budget? Because right now it reads that they have to put it in the 2023 budget, and they might inappropriately, according to what you said, think that council approved queue jumping.
Well, staff helped us, no, thank you for the question. Staff helped us write the motion so that it wouldn't be a queue jumper and it wouldn't bump any other projects. I think they like the word consider. Was there?
Okay. Thank you.
That's true. It does say consider.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Pasternak,
Recorded, please.
recorded vote. Yes, recorded vote.
Counselor Bradford, please. Counselor McKelvey, Counselor Bailao, Counselor Perruzza, please. And Counselor Thompson, may I please have your vote verbally?
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Motion 1 carries. The vote is 21-1.
Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Our next item is EX 3443, vacant city council seats. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
I do not, Madam Speaker, but I would speak to it briefly.
Oh, hold on. Hold on, Councillor Holliday, just 1 sec. So I understand that when we started yesterday that we were going to EX 3443, we would discuss it with CC 47.7. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down as well. So we'll deal with both?
I'm fine with that, Madam Speaker, and I have no questions on
Okay, well, let me
CC
just see.
47.7.
Let me just see if anybody else does have any questions. Does anybody have any questions on EX 3443 or CC 47.7? We're doing both items. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm only asking the question because in case people didn't have time to read the report, they should realize that the tight timelines around the reason why we're constrained and have to have a conversation about how to fill the vacancy at all. So maybe if staff could just quickly brief us on what the Election Act currently says and why the change in the first part of the item is suggested by the mayor's motion. Well, first the question of the clerks. Ordinarily, how would it work? Why is it that currently we have to make a decision about how to fill the vacancy in Councillor Ford's area, former Councillor Ford's area?
So the provincial
At this late
legislation currently requires that any vacancy that occurs before, more than 90 days before a municipal election needs to be declared vacant and filled by city council.
And how many days out are we now? Less than 100?
It's triggered by the resignation of a member or the disqualification of a member, and at that time it was 122 days, I believe.
We're really in the ballpark. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, are there any further questions? Okay, to speak, Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I had a motion, and hopefully we can have a conversation about this, but I'll present my rationale. Hopefully I've got a motion. So I changed the date to say, instead of March 31st, to be on or after the date of the last scheduled regular council meeting. And I'll explain why. I think the mayor is right to point out some of the difficulty we've got in this process. But I'm thinking about another debate at council, even at this council, and that's upcoming, that's the Mid-Humber Gap. And I have a few things to say about that because there isn't a Ward 1 councillor to represent the interests of that community at this meeting. And I feel very strongly that even if a person is appointed into the seat, and even if it's for one meeting, it's still really important that people have representation in this chamber, especially with respect to policy decisions. And that's one example on the council agenda. You know, I'm okay to come back and meet again. I know we went through a process for Ward 1, and I'm okay to come back and meet again. And I know it's work for council, but I just feel strongly that people should have that chance to have an equal vote cast here. And as the time draws down in the term and we run out of time in our process, I understand it's really hard to onboard somebody and get them ready for council and have them have an effective vote, an effective voice. But there's still that chance. And so I know it sounds rather academic to my colleagues, but I felt strongly about it. I would have preferred to have somebody from Ward 1 at this council meeting, and even if they had come just with a short amount of time. After the last regularly scheduled city council meeting, I think things are a little different. And it is far more of a caretaker mode and less of a legislative mode. And perhaps we can rely on a different process for that. So I'll put this out before you as an item for thought. But I do respect that, maybe we can fine tune this process a little bit, or at least seek to fine tune the process a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Buxton Potts.
Thank you, Speaker. Through you, I just want to echo and support Councillor Holliday's recommendation. As an appointed councillor, I feel strongly that it was important for residents of Ward 13 to have me here, if only for 2 meetings. And I echo I appreciate that having someone appointed when there's not a council meeting seems unnecessary. And my only concern with the motion before us is the date. I think is too early. I agree it should be after the last scheduled city council meeting. But I also am concerned about the language around that the city is not required to fill the vacancy, because that would open it up that they could still sometimes appoint. And I just think that opens all of my council colleagues up to criticism or accusations of sort of playing politics about when we choose when to appoint or not. And actually taking that decision out of our control, but having a very clear deadline, I think saves all of us from any kinds of criticisms, even if the intention and the reasons for how and when we appoint people are completely legitimate. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to not really speak on it, but Councillor Holliday mentioned Mid-Humber Gap in my ward. And what I'm going to say, Councillor Holliday, is that Councillor Ford was very involved in this project in 3 years. And it was his ward, and he was quite aware of what was happening with Mid-Humber Gap. And as a matter of fact, he said to me, it's your ward, and I support what your recommendation is for your ward and support your community. So I just want to make that comment. Councillor Ford was very, very involved in this project. All right. Mayor Toy.
So, Speaker, I want to move on this, and I have 2 motions because I think the 2 items are joined together, correct? The police board appointment as well. And so on the police board, I am recommending to City Council that Councillor Mark Grimes be appointed to the police board for a term of office until November 14th, 2022, or a successor is appointed. And then I've got a longer motion that sets out the process that's, I think, very similar to what we followed before with respect to the appointment we must do with regard to the filling of the vacancy for Ward 1. And it proposes that that would culminate in a meeting that we would have on the same day as we're required to have one of those meetings for heritage matters on August the 15th. And we would do it at lunchtime that day, at lunchtime meaning in the middle of the day or whatever, but we'll do it as soon as we can that day. And otherwise, this motion follows the same process where the city clerk establishes a deadline for people to nominate themselves, and they put in the information about themselves, and we post the names and so forth and so on. So that meeting, the motion very much follows that pattern. With respect to Councillor Holliday's motion, the reason I was one of those when I was sort of fashioning this to take in front of the executive committee that asked, couldn't the date be later? Because I was thinking that, but the point that's been made to me is this. You run up against the opening of nominations for the election on May the 1st. So you could have a situation where nominations are open, and we face that now, of course, because nominations are open now. And the earlier date sort of, gave you the choice from an earlier date. I had picked April 30th. The point came back with respect to nominations and so on of March 31st, but you have the choice. You don't have to appoint somebody, but you could. And you could appoint somebody, frankly, up to and including the time that you've suggested through you, Speaker, Deputy Mayor. And so that was the reason why the date was so early. I thought it was quite early, and in fact registered that when I saw the proposal and was told about this sort of, I'll call it a conflict with the nominations opening for the election, the general election, if I can call it that. So that's why I think the earlier date was better, but it always leaves you with a choice, if you wish, to appoint somebody, because we have that control now. We could, if Councillor Ford's seat had been vacated because he got elected on April the 1st, we could still be making the appointment on August 15th if we chose to do that. All we have to do is declare the seat vacant and then set a timetable for there to be a meeting to appoint somebody. So I don't have strong feelings about it, but that's the explanation that I was given when I thought the date should be later, so that we had somebody, in office effectively up to the latest possible date, like we appointed somebody at that basis. So those are my only comments. I mean, this was all, an unfortunate set of circumstances that led us to have to be dealing with Ward 1 again now anyway. I think we all agree on that. But the law requires us to do what we're now going to do on August the 15th. And so those are my comments.
Thank you.
Question.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, you have a question to the mayor? Go ahead.
Do you think it would be important that anybody who would be considering this position would understand that they're not able to send out flyers, they're not able to do any of that when they're applying?
For the
interim.
the temporary appointment that we're doing on August 15th?
Because as of August 1st, no counselor can do
Yes,
that.
now I don't know if we've dealt with that matter because that was proposed where somebody wanted to change that, because I think it is important that there not be material out there that could get mixed up in the election from that person or any other person starting soon. And so I think, yes, we should make it known to them that they can't do that, just because if that's what the policy is, you're getting appointed on the basis you accept the policies as they are.
Including in whatever outreach is being done, that it's very clear you're not there, you're everywhere as counselor so-and-so, you're just looking after the business.
Yeah, it may well be that what we should do is have, because the job description does differ to some extent in that there are some constraints on it because of the fact we're in this
Correct.
election period.
Yes.
That part of what we should send out to people and putting the vacancy out
Yes.
there is a notice that it's a slightly different period
That's
of
what I'm
time,
asking.
because we're only having, when I say only, we're only having these special meetings that only deal with certain matters, and that there are other restraints on all of us in terms of what we do.
Yes. So that would make sense to
Yeah,
be very
I would
clear in
refer that
when
to,
it's happening.
the clerk's department, but I would agree that, yes, that's worthy of making known to people
Okay.
when they apply.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Pardon?
Okay, thank
I'm
you.
fussy? Yes.
Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Yes, but do we act 34.43 first? So motion by Councillor Holliday. Okay, on favor?
We'll have to have a recorded vote on that, Speaker.
We have a recorded vote.
Recorded vote? Okay,
Recorded vote?
yes, recorded vote.
It's just a chip off the old block right there.
Really?
It's just, like, it's just like the dad, right? Seriously. Only a younger, more charismatic version of it. Exactly the same guy.
Look at that. Did you vote?
No. I'm voting against that. That's what I think of that.
Did you vote? Yes. Voted no.
So who's lined up against you?
Nobody.
Madam Chair, can we have a recorded vote for all of them?
Sorry, could I get my vote recorded, please? Thank you. Sorry. I'm just not on, I'm trying to get on CMP and I'm having trouble.
Councilor Robinson, if you are present in voting, can you please turn your camera on for us? And Counselor Fletcher, may I have your vote, please?
In the negative.
Thank you. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 7 to 17.
On the item on favor, carried. You want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Counselor Fillion, Counselor Cole, Counselor Carroll, and Counselor Perruzza, please. Counselor Thompson, are you able to vote using the system?
I'm not. I'm having some challenges at the moment, but I'm in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. And Counselor Fletcher, your vote, please.
I'm in the affirmative, and again, I can't get on CMP here somehow in the chambers. If I could get some help, that'd be great. Thank you.
The item carries. The vote is 21 to 2.
Okay, now we go to the CC item, which is CC 47.7.
Can we have a recorded vote for this one as well, Madam Speaker?
Yes. So the motion is on the screen. Recorded vote.
I can't get on. Mhm.
Counselor Perks, Counselor Buxton Potts, Counselor Bradford, please.
That motion that you sent me.
Yes, sorry.
Counselor Bradford, please. Motion 1A carries. The vote is 21 to 2.
And motion 1B. Okay, it's on the screen. Recorded vote. Recorded vote now, yeah. Yeah.
Counselor Crawford, Counselor Perruzza, please. Motion 1B
My
carries. The
favorite
vote is 22-1.
Okay. Item is amended, on favor, carried. All right, so the next items is the audit. So what we're gonna do is we're going to see if there's any quick releases at this point. Oh, and we have some members' motion to add on to the agenda.
Point of order. We have the fire chief here. Why don't we deal with the item that pertains to the fire chief rather than having the fire chief sit here? I think, he's a pretty important person. Okay?
Yeah, okay. We have 25 minutes.
Yeah, well, the fire chief's been sitting here all afternoon.
Yeah, no, it's okay, thanks.
No, it's not okay. He shouldn't
No,
be
no,
sitting
but
here.
hold on, Counselor Cole, we just have to add 3 more motions on, and then we'll go to the item. Well, guess. Okay, well, which item is the fire chief here on for? Which? Which item?
911.
Oh, but if we go to 911, it would be like, it's not just that, it's, everyone's involved in that. The Auditor General, everything. Well, there's no way we're going to complete the audit agenda, Councillor Cole, before 6 o'clock. Yes. So, huh? Yeah. Okay, so let's just try to, okay, we have some members' motion we want to introduce, and we want to do quick items.
But before we do that, are we just telling the fire chief, because again, just out of deference to him, I agree with you, we can't deal with the 911.
No, we
There's too
can't
many
deal with
people
the
involved,
audit
and it'll take way
in
more than
20
25
minutes.
minutes. So, and there may be some issue of the fire chief's availability tomorrow?
But tomorrow, the only item that we have is,
Well, we'll have this, the 911 report.
yeah, we'll have the 911 in the morning.
But
Move it to item number 2 in the morning, that's fine. Second item. Move it to second item in the morning.
Yeah. We just have one timed item in the morning to vote on the signs. That would take 5 minutes, and then we'll do the 911. Are you available in the morning? Pardon?
I'm not, Madam Speaker, no, I have a medical appointment in the morning, so probably not till noon. So first after lunch.
So, Speaker, what about through you if we do it first after lunch tomorrow? I mean, we've got other matters we're going to
Sure.
be dealing with. Could you
We
be
want
here
to time it,
after lunch
we'd
tomorrow?
want to time it right after lunch, so we'll time it right after lunch. Okay? We'll time it for 1:30? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, so I'd like to move that we deal with the audit, the 911, because there's 2 items, 5 and 6. We deal at 1:30 tomorrow. On favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, so let's add these motions on and do quick releases. Councillor Robinson, you have a motion you'd like to introduce?
Thank you very much. There's an E on my name, if that could just be corrected. This is for Teddington Park Avenue, for solicitor to attend the TLAB, please.
Okay, on favor? Carried, okay? Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 251 Manitoba Legion Road Extension, staff asked to put this on the agenda with regards to contaminated land for a road.
On favor? Show of hands carried. Counselor Bradford?
Thanks very much. If I could add this, this motion here, it's urgent without notice, was prepared by City Legal, and it is in response to an incident that took place at Woodbine Beach with a 2010 agreement on the lease of the property there, and we will be pursuing that with City Legal.
Okay, all in favor? Show of hands carried. Counselor Mihevik?
Protecting and promoting biodiversity on Toronto Island in Ward 10. And the motion, it is urgent because the master plan is being completed in 2022.
On favor? Carried. Okay, do we have any quick releases? Is that the list that's on there? Counselor Layton, quick release?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. GL 32.29, extending the vehicle age limit of accessible tax caps. I'm hoping it's quick, but Councillor Pasternak has a motion that we've worked on together with staff.
So Counselor Pasternak, do you have a motion on this?
Yes.
Is that GL 3229 extending the vehicle age limit?
Yes, there is a motion prepared. I'd be prepared to move it now as a quick item.
Do you have the motion? Okay, so Counselor Layton's motion first.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm
There-
sorry, I think I think then they're the same motion unless we,
Is it the same motion that Counselor Pasternak's moving?
well, we had worked on it together and I think it was decided that he'd move it. It doesn't matter to me, but
Yeah,
believe this is
Councillor
it.
Layton, you're welcome to move it. If what you're seeing on the screen was what we both worked out, you're welcome to move it.
I believe it is, yeah. So I'll move this.
Okay, what are we moving here?
The
Whose
motion on the screen.
Whose motion are we moving? Counselor Pasternak or Counselor Layton?
There's only one motion. Our names are together on it.
Oh, we might have to hold it down. Apparently, they're slightly different.
Is there different, it's
Okay.
different? Okay, let's.
Okay,
hold-
we'll figure it out. We'll
Okay,
figure it out.
Let's hold it down then. Counselor Baila,
Okay, let's give it a try. PH 3518, renovation policy. Nope, no. Next one, another try. PH 3520, local priority rules. No? Okay. That's it. I think
Okay.
Councillor Holiday really wants to be on planning and housing next term.
Counselor Fillion,
I have some if the clerks have them ready. AU 13.8, not ready yet. Are the North York ones ready yet? Or if not, I can do them tomorrow morning. Oh, just the ones ready. I'll do them tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you.
okay. Counselor Mihevik, you have a release?
Yes. Working with Councillor Holiday, the Cycling Network 1, which is IE 31.12. I think there are two. I have an innocuous motion, and I believe he does too, or he says he does.
What item is it?
IE 31.12.
3112. Yes, it's 3112. You're right, yeah. So what is it, Counselor Mihevik?
I'm happy to release it with the amendment as,
Oh, Counselor Holliday, do you have a motion on this? They both do, okay. Okay, Counselor Holliday? Okay, Counselor Mihevik, if you can put Counselor Mihevik's motion on the screen. On favor?
it's a Ward 10 intersection, it's very specific intersection.
Counselor Holliday?
Thanks, Speaker. I mean, in 10 seconds, the Etobicoke Greenway is the consultation project for the hydroelectric corridor that runs right up the middle of Etobicoke. And lots of exciting things happen. I just want to make sure it's coordinated with the city.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so on Counselor Mihevik's motion, on favor? On favor, carried. Second one by Counselor Mihevik. 1B, on favor, carried. Counselor Holliday's motion. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
And
Counselor
if I-
Pasternak,
if
you
I
have a
could-
quick
sorry-
release?
Sorry, I might have one more if the
Oh,
clerk does
sorry,
have.
okay.
TE 34.23, 145 Wellington. That minor amendment one from legal.
T,
TE 34.23.
okay, have it? Okay, what is your, does the staff have your, oh, there it is. T 3423, Counselor Mihevik has an amendment, it's on the screen. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you.
Are you open to releasing the ones that were just distributed about 15 minutes ago?
The one you just introduced?
Yes.
It has to be circulated first.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah. Counselor Pasternak, did you have a quick release?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release North York 33-3, 2802 to 2810 Keel Street. I do have a motion here that city planning and the property owner continue to consult and stay in touch with the local community, if we could put that on the screen.
Okay, so if we can put it on the screen. $33.3. Okay, there it is. Okay.
Gord, you don't have the floor, so why don't you put a lid on it?
Okay, Counselor Pasternak, do you have another one?
I might. It depends whether it's ready. It's members' motion 47.69. No? Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Counselor Carroll.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I think the clerks have had it for some time. EC 31.8, which is the update on the Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement. So it will look like quite an assignment to read it. City Council requests the province of Ontario to engage the City of Toronto in the development and implementation of the plan. Just briefly, Madam Speaker, this was drafted by Shanley McNamee, our childcare staff, and the chair is aware of it. It really builds on the feedback we were hearing from deputies that day in committee, but they had written their own motions. And this has been drafted by staff because it needs to be very complementary to the intergovernmental conversations that she is having. And she's comfortable with this wording, and so I'm comfortable with this wording and hope to move it. It simply allows the transparency for council and community to know the conversation that is going on between province and City of Toronto re childcare changes.
Okay, we have the amendment on the screen by Councillor Carroll on EC 31.8. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay, I think that's it. So we don't have any other quick releases, so guess we'll just do the confirming bill. May I have a motion to introduce the confirming bill? Mayor Tory, would you like to introduce it?
Hear that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 47 on July 19th and 20th, 2022.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. We'll recess to 9:30 tomorrow, and hopefully we can get a lot done tomorrow, hopefully. Okay, thank you, members, and thank you especially to staff here. It's been very hectic today, so thank you very much for your support. Thank you.
You'll notice speaker spoke about it.
Yes, and very favorably to